Okay, and welcome everybody to this special meeting of Dysart Council on Friday, September 25th. And the first thing I will do is ask the clerk to do roll call, if you may.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson. Oh, you got camera turned off. I'll move along.
Yes, thank you. And we'll maybe
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Present.
Perfect. Councillor McKechnie.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
you mute.
Present.
Perfect. Mayor Roberts.
And present.
Okay. Tammy will return, I assume, but currently she's absent.
I think because the meeting time is at 8:30, perhaps that might have thrown somebody off. So if we can just send her a message privately, either yourself or Tamara, if you can send her a message that the meeting has started and she can join in, and then you can count for the time when she starts. So the first thing I need is a resolution to adopt our agenda today. Moved by Councillor Wood Roberts, second by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on September 25th, 2020 be approved as presented. All in favor? And that is carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will move on to the first item, which will take up the morning, and there's Councillor Donaldson present. Okay, so accounted for. Thank you. So we're going to spend our morning with Strategy Corps and reviewing their reviewing the review. And so we have a little bit of a time frame. So I'm just going to let councillors know that we did create a bit of a schedule to keep us on track. Otherwise, we could probably talk all day because it's quite an exciting thing to read and get excited about how we might have some detailed conversation. So I'm going to start with some opening remarks. Strategy Corps will take us through an executive summary, and then we've allotted about 15 minutes for each of the 7 initiatives. And just so councillors know that we are also aiming to take a break anytime just shortly before 10 o'clock, depending on where we land. So just to try to keep us on track, that's what we're doing. I just want to thank everyone, councillors, staff, Strategy Corps, for all the time that they've put into this project, particularly Tamara, who has been on every single call with Strategy Corps in every department. And really, it's taken an enormous amount of time to get to today, but it's well worth it. It's a big undertaking to analyze every aspect of the services that we provide, but it's no longer good enough in the municipal world and in other businesses, really, to say this is how we've always done it, so this is the way we'll continue to do it. And I think there's something really proactive and great about not being afraid to look inward and see the services that we're providing and see how we can do them a little bit better. Because ultimately, our goal is to provide the best service we can for our customer, which is the public, the people who own property here in Dysart. So we're not looking for flaws, we're looking for efficiencies, we're looking for better ways to provide that service. And again, I just want to thank everyone involved, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation that'll come up today. Remember, these are not necessarily all, we don't have to discuss about, get too deep into the weeds here. Like I say, about 15 minutes for each initiative. So at this point, I am actually going to turn it over to, I believe it's John Matheson, who is up first for this overview, but I'm not sure. I'll just turn it over to Strategy Corps.
Want me to bring them all in?
Yeah, I think we'll bring all the Strategy Corps team in. So we have, as they come on the screen, Jamin, Chris, Maggie, and John.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is John Matheson speaking. My colleagues will, who are joining me today, include Jamin Chin and Chris Saloom and I think we have Megan here as well, and Maggie Rickaby. And we've really had a very rewarding experience working with you all for the last few months. You'll recall that the project started by interviewing all to kind of get your sense of how this had, of what you saw as being kind of the big opportunities for how to do things better. And I really have to echo something that Mayor Roberts said. In government today, there's all sorts of different reports that come. You know, some come from auditor generals, you know, and they feel like you're playing gotcha. Some come from internal auditors, you know, trying to root out problems. This report isn't like that at all, because this report isn't an external kicking of your organization to see where the problems are. What this report represents is the expression of an internal desire to just take the next steps towards doing things better. And it's really important that it be understood as that, not just by all the members of the public servants of your organization who contributed to it, and there were lots. It's not just important that it be understood by council, but also that the public understand that this is an expression of the organization's desire to continuously improve. And so while there's some pretty exciting findings here, there's no sense in which we're saying, oh, it's, you know, shocking that this hasn't been done already. In a lot of cases, the sort of maturation of the opportunities has only happened in fairly recent times. So it's really important to see this as being something that kind of fills up the job jar for the really valuable things that you could do to take the organization to the next level going forward. Since we had our interviews with you, there have been a considerable number of follow-ups, not the least of which I should say, Councillor McKenney, was that I did find the hockey that I promised you I had in a box 20 feet away from me when we spoke. And it's a 1974 series, and it depicts you proudly playing for the California Golden Seals. And I didn't want you to think that I was making that up when we spoke. But there's lots of other follow-ups that we've done too, with lots of other details that that came out of each and every one of your interviews with us. Some of those things that you talked to us about were things that we reported on in our current state. Others were things that we said these are worthy of the deep dive that would that we would do in order to you know, come up with the really kind of well-rounded proposals that we'd be making to you. And I think without any further ado, what we'll do is I'll introduce Jamin, who is going to move into the next phase of the conversation, where we're going to take you through the executive summary. Throughout, we'll be jumping in and supporting each other as we talk about the different things. But I think that you'll find there's a fairly exciting group of proposals that are really going to make this effort seem like it was worthwhile and give you some great ideas that you can use to fuel the work as you go ahead over the next couple of years. So Jamin, why don't you start and we'll go through this all together.
Great, yeah, and I think, are we able to share our screen? Oh, great. Well, thanks, John. Thanks, Mayor Roberts, councillors. I'll just start by echoing what John said and what Mayor Roberts said, and start by thanking you for your time today, but also the support that you and all of your staff have given us through this process. You can tell from the volume of this report, it's been quite a significant undertaking over the past few months, and the amount of information that we have collected here is really indicative, I think, of the great support and effort that you and your staff have given us through this. And so, as John said, I'll walk through the executive summary, and then we will, as a team, start to go through each of the initiatives in turn. The first slide here is just to reiterate the purpose of our report, as well as highlight in summary some of our findings. Just to recap, we were engaged with a broad mandate to review all aspects of the municipality's administration and services, with the goal of identifying opportunities to improve the efficiency and or effectiveness of service delivery. So this process started with a thorough review of the current state of Dysart's operations, including the creation of 14 separate service profiles and an organizational-wide profile and benchmarking against comparative municipalities in order to understand how Dysart's current operations function and where our potential opportunities for improvements might lie. And so through this current state analysis, we identified over 50 potential improvement opportunities, of which 7 were identified as high priority and are the focus of the final report that we're presenting to you today. The 7 initiatives in total and if implemented represent an estimated $700,000 in positive impacts to the municipality's bottom line, either in the form of direct operating savings or new revenue. Further productivity gains estimated at a value of at least $300,000 and additional improvement opportunities related to capital savings and service level improvements. And I'll just say before we get into the rest of the report that our findings and estimates were based on and in some cases limited by the availability of data, including the financial and operational data that we were able to gather from the municipality, external research, but where data was unavailable, relying on estimates and assumptions that were validated and provided from staff. And so because some of the areas where direct observational data was not available, our principle in making the estimates within this document is to be as conservative and reasonable as possible in order to establish what we believe is a reasonable floor for the potential savings that could be achieved through each of the initiatives. And so it's likely actually, in our opinion, that in many of the instances here, the actual amount that you could save from implementing these initiatives could be higher than what is actually reported here, but we wanted to ensure that we were providing a conservative estimate of what the potential benefits might be. So we go to the next slide. A few themes emerged from our analysis and interviews that provided the context for our recommendations. So there are some significant strengths and opportunities to build on. In particular, that the staff of the municipality are very collaborative and service focused, and there is a clear commitment that we noticed throughout our engagement with staff for initiatives that improve the quality of services provided to residents. In addition, there were clearly opportunities throughout our review of the individual services that increased digitization and digital transformation could yield fairly significant improvements in the efficiency and effectiveness of those processes. At the same time, there were some challenges and barriers that we tried to account for in looking for potential improvement opportunities. We know that the increasingly seasonal population in Dysart brings with it changing and increasing service level expectations from the public. We noticed that the lack of a clear strategic plan that is linked to a staff performance management framework actually inhibits the ability of staff to direct that energy towards the tasks and initiatives that are highest value and aligned to the organization's objectives. There are significant municipal assets that come with unique benefits to the public, but that also require significant capital expenditures in the near and long term. And that those digitization opportunities that we noticed related to the processes that underpin services are constrained by infrastructure issues, in particular, the lack of consistent access to high-speed broadband internet. And so as we scoped and analyzed the improvement initiatives that we'll walk through today, we wanted to make sure that we kept these in mind and in some cases directly tried to address them in our recommendations. There are 2 categories of improvement that we identified through this review. The first, operational improvements, represent direct improvement opportunities to processes and operations that yield incremental savings over time. And the second, capital planning improvements, which can offer substantial cost avoidance and reductions through improved long-term planning and partnerships. And so there are a blend of these 2 types of opportunities identified throughout the 7 high priority initiatives that we'll walk through in the bulk of this report.
And if I could just add, Jim, and
yeah,
that's not surprising. The pattern of municipal government is very much that on the operational side, the improvements tend to be, a % here or a % there. But on the capital side, getting out in front of your long-term needs, that can be much more transformational, and whether that's through partnerships or the long-term asset management planning. And that's a pattern that you see across municipalities in Ontario. So that's nothing unique to you, but it's a really important thing to bear in mind.
Furthermore, there are three categories of financial impacts that we quantified for each of the opportunities. There are new revenues, which include the identification of revenue generating opportunities that can more fully recover costs in alignment with some of the models that we see in other municipalities. There are what we call dark green savings, which represent the direct operational savings and tangible reductions in bottom line costs. And then there are what we term light green savings, which represent improvements in staff productivity, cost avoidance, and output improvements that can be captured and reallocated to other areas of need over time. And so we quantify each of these types of savings separately for each of the initiatives to give you a nuanced understanding of where the gains actually lie for each of the initiatives. The table here summarizes the initiatives and the potential financial impact of each, broken out across those three buckets. And so the first, strategic planning, we looked at the creation of a comprehensive strategic plan and a performance management framework. And we believe that this could result in up to $170,000 in light green savings on an annual basis. That is staff productivity. The second, looking at the design and implementation of a customer service model to improve the resident experience, streamline and standardize processes, and track and improve customer service over time, could yield, again, productivity gains in the order of $85,000 a year. The third, a review of the landfill strategy, really looked at making policy and operational changes that could both extend the lifespan of facilities and create direct cost savings in the order of $32,000 to $50,000 and yield greater cost recovery for new revenues of about up to $4,000. The fourth was looking at developing a long-term recreation facility strategy, in particular looking at partnerships, which could improve service levels while reducing operating and expected capital costs to the tune of $230,000. The fifth was looking at a regulatory approach to short-term rentals that could address community concerns and generate revenue to fund enforcement and tourism of between $75,000 and $268,000. The sixth was looking at options to expand the customer base for the sewage treatment plant that would support improved cost effectiveness of the plant over time. And we explored opportunities for $325,000 in positive impacts to the bottom line in the near term. And the seventh was looking at opportunities to digitize operations in the roads department, which we believe can improve productivity with a value of up to $250,000 and create cost avoidance opportunities of up to $225,000. And so those totals and taking the figures sort of in the middle of ranges is how we estimated the summary savings that I highlighted in the beginning of this presentation. And we will spend the remainder of our time today going through each of the initiatives in turn for the rest of our discussion. Just quickly before we get into that, before we get into each initiative in turn, we have identified 3 time horizons over which we believe that these should be implemented. And this is based on potential impact, potential dependencies, and follow-on effects from initiatives, the costs and difficulty, among other factors. But in the short term, so the period between 2021 and 2022, our recommendation is to focus on the strategic planning and performance management, customer service, and the digitization of roads initiatives. In the medium term, the short-term rentals and landfill strategy, and then over the long term, so 2024 onwards, in our plan here is to look at recreation facilities and sewage treatment plant. And so an important thing to note here is that the savings that we've identified in the table and in the summary are not immediate, but rather will be realized gradually over time after a period of staggered implementation. So what I'd like to do now is start our discussion on each of the initiatives that I highlighted. And so I will, I'm happy to take any questions before we jump into that, but I will otherwise turn it over to Chris, my colleague, and we can begin that discussion.
And I'm just going to move my screen over just a minute, expand, because I just want to, I just have to move something so I can see all the counselors. Are there any questions from anyone at this point? Just unmute yourself. No, okay, Chris, or sorry, Jamie, just keep going on, Jamie.
Sure, no problem. So what we're going to do is we'll go initiative by initiative, and it's about 15 minutes, unfortunately, per initiative. So we'll quickly explain them, the high level aspects. Obviously, this report has a lot of detail, and I know staff are going to be working on their responses to the elements of this report. So it's not just this one presentation, but there'll be many council meetings that reference this report. So we'll do an overview, and I'll leave about 5 or 7 minutes for questions per initiative, just so we can dive into any area that council would like to go further in. So the first initiative is strategic and business planning. This one was something that we heard a lot during council and staff interviews. There's many great ideas across the municipality. However, there isn't one coordinated document that is the true North Star for the organization. As a result, this makes it difficult for council and staff to determine what is agreed upon strategic work and what work isn't. So when we look at literature, there's a municipal study reference that I'll go over in the next slide, but we wanted to really quantify the benefits of having a strategic plan. So we found a benchmark, but it's in a private sector setting. So we use a much more conservative element in our estimate of those light green savings, those productivity savings. So we did 0.5%, and we have $170,000 approximately in savings. The structure of this initiative would be to create a strategic plan for the organization by consulting council, staff, and other stakeholders. And one thing we heard over and over again is the implementation of the strategic plan would be the challenging part. So we wanted to recommend clear departmental business plans that link to the strategic plan. So on an annual basis or on a reoccurring basis, department leads can come to council and report in on the successes of the plan, just with clear direction and KPIs to understand where they are in implementation, and also to delineate who is responsible for implementing the strategic plan. We also recommend key performance indicators, and then making sure that it's updated on a regular basis to reflect the reality and the changing dynamics of the community. Obviously, this year has been a unique year with COVID-19. So that would be something that could affect strategic implementation. So we have many senior advisors who are past CAOs. So we did interviews with them, and we've done strategic planning in the municipal context. John Matson has led these types of projects multiple times, as well as we looked at a literature review for the benefits of strategic plan implementation in the municipal context. So we pulled out the four major findings that we believe would benefit Dysart and any municipality, frankly. So having a clear, common understanding of strategic elements would facilitate cooperation among elected officials. Also would facilitate cooperation between elected officials and staff. Increased staff productivity is a big one. So for staff to really understand what of their work is strategic and what it's not, and having a document to help them make that decision, and making sure that the document is universally defined across the organization. That's where we really believe the savings will be found. And then cooperation among departments. And this fourth element here is really about the business plans. So making sure that the departmental leads have a clear understanding of who is responsible of implementing which initiatives. Some initiatives may touch on multiple departments, so you could have a lead and a second to support the implementation of strategic elements. Then we go through the Dysart specific context. So we want to leverage existing strategic documents. Obviously, there's many documents that your council and your staff have been working on, like economic development plans, culture plans that should be reflected and updated. And maybe even the service delivery review should be reflected in the strategic plan. One thing we heard from councilors and staff is that obviously having not just council and staff, but resident and other stakeholder feedback in the plan to make sure that it's well informed and it reflects the needs of all stakeholders. Clear performance indicators and resource allocation. So again, talking to staff and making sure that there's clear responsibilities and accountability and ways to measure the implementation. And lastly, it depends on your council or your preference, but there was a preference for a 4-year planning cycle. The plans can be done in a 3 to 5 year period. But again, it's just about updating and keeping it regular so that this document is a living document and you can track progress to the document. And after the cycle is completed, it's renewed to ensure that it's continuous and that the organization gets used to implementing a strategic direction that is universal. We go through and show different examples of business plans just to show what are the departmental priorities and the next year's departmental initiatives. Best practice would be having this on the walls of the different departments, so it's a constant reminder for staff to what so they can link their individual work to what is actually strategic and what they should be driving towards. And then lastly, we created a high-level implementation roadmap. So it's dependent on staff and council's adoption of this. But in year one, we have the first half of the year focused on actually creating the strategic document, the second half on creating those business plans to measure implementation, and then an implementation and monitoring and making sure that that staff and council are reflecting on the document and measuring its performance. Any questions on that initiative?
Any questions from councilors? I just want to point out, Chris, too, that back on the page 14, it says key plan elements for Dysart, that we do have a lot of existing documents. It's not like we're going to be starting from scratch, but there's sort of one over here and one over there. There's no overarching one strategic plan that puts all those documents and all that together. And the other thing is about having the performance indicators. We need to be able to do a check and balance. We need to be able to measure that we're doing what we're doing. And I think it'll really help keep council, keep staff, future councils on track to what they set out as what their plan is going to be. So because sometimes we do jump all over the place, as happens. And I see a question from Councillor Clark.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, thank you. Chris, I guess we're in a fairly unique position in Dysart. We're one of the few communities left in Ontario that's a lower tier. And we've got a certain number of services that we deliver in conjunction with the county, for example, and also through Kawartha Lakes on some aspects of our areas of responsibility and planning. Did you have much opportunity to see what some of the challenges or complexities are regarding our need to be consistent in our planning and our approaches with our 3 neighboring townships, but also with the county and the Kawartha Lakes group?
So the scope of this service delivery review was improvement opportunities for Dysart and boundaries of Dysart. So not looking at shared service opportunities. There is a larger review that is happening with the 3 neighboring municipalities in the county that Strategy Corp is also completing. So that's the scope of those initiatives, and that review is looking at that between municipal lines. So within this particular review, we are only focused on improvement opportunities for Dysart, and then obviously Dysart and your council and your staff have been participating very heavily in that county review. And I say county meaning the 3 other local municipalities in the county. And that one will have more shared service elements.
So Chris, will the one then that kind of determines the kind of the service mix and drive some of the expectations with the other townships, will that come before ours is done then?
So that's actually being being completed right now. So Dysart was able to finish its review first. However, there is no dependency on either review. They're very different. And then Dysart is participating in a larger intermunicipal review, and that will be later this fall.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Further questions or comments? We still have a few minutes on this topic if you want. Councillor Smith and Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you. Just a question. It flows across all topics, Damon. So I'll put it here, or Chris, I'm not sure. John, who might answer it best. You've covered a lot of initiatives, brought forward some great concepts and recommendations here. One of the themes that you can draw from your overall perspective, and so I think maybe the question applies here. You noted the opportunity for productivity improvements in the roads area, for example. And as you get to landfills, you're going to tell us that your benchmark data says that we're spending a greater portion of our budget on landfills than your peer group in our benchmark data. You're also going to suggest that the arena is pretty expensive in terms of the money we're spending there. It leads one to wonder, where are we underspending relative to the benchmark data? Either because we're really efficient, or maybe because we're not delivering an appropriate level of service. So I'm just kind of curious, and I don't know what topic area to put that in, because it kind of reaches across them all. So in this general area of planning, that might signal to us an area that maybe we haven't attached enough importance to in the past.
So, Jimmy?
Yeah, well, I will just say we can certainly go back to the current state report and highlight some of the results of the benchmarking. I think one of the things that this exercise sort of provides you in terms of value that's not necessarily front and center in terms of the scope is a much better understanding of what those service levels actually are. So we start with service level profiles to understand how each of the services works and what the service level looks like. And a lot of times in Dysart and in, I would say every municipality where we do this exercise, you find that service levels are not necessarily well understood or defined, because it's not as easy to define a service level for everything that you do as it is, for instance, to say that road maintenance standards or winter control standards need to be a certain defined operational level of service. So what we were able to do is identify the areas where service levels are either not necessarily well understood and should be better measured and tracked. And that is part of looking at something like a performance management framework to define and manage that over time. And to identify areas where it was noted that either the service received is of a high quality to the stakeholders that receive the service, either internal or external residents, as well as those areas where it was identified that there's areas for improvement. And a lot of that formed the building blocks of how we generated the hypotheses to come up with these improvement initiatives. So I think we would be happy to go back to the report and highlight some of the areas that came out to us as strengths. There were a number of them, and to attach that to some of the benchmarking that we did, because the nature of providing recommendations around improvement initiatives is that we did focus on the areas where we thought that there was room for a fairly substantial increase in productivity or cost efficiency, versus the areas that are a strength, and we thought, well, maybe we're not going to take a deeper look at that.
Councillor Smith, if I may, in our municipal benchmarking, where we compared Dysart to Halliburton municipalities and communities outside of Halliburton that we defined as similar, we noticed that Dysart is in a healthy financial position comparatively. So again, these improvement initiatives aren't to say that things are going terribly awry, but they're to look at different ways of implementing maybe more strategic or more ways to be more productive. So I don't think we have this. I want to reiterate that we we believe that Dysart is in strong financial position.
It was a really interesting comment there, Councillor Smith, we are looking at that, but to see, where are we already doing well? To keep on track though, one more question from Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, more of a comment, and I'll just keep it brief. Further to Councillor Clark's comments, what I envisioned here with supporting the strategic review here internally was we come up with a document that would guide Dysart, and then with the county doing also the shared services, we would just incorporate those things which would help us become even better. So a blend of both reports that will end up serving the community a lot better. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent point. And it just happens we're coming out of the gate first, that's all. But hey, that's because we're Dysart. So I think that's everything for that subject. Then we move into the customer service, and I'm not sure who's taking that one on, but
I'll take it on.
All righty.
So customer service. So again, I don't think this is a conversation that's been happening at the council level, and I know at the staff level. It's just standardizing the way in which the community responds to resident inquiries and making sure the organization is more customer centric. So we look at, we develop a customer service model with 4 different aspects. So the first is policy, and we believe this is best practice, but to having a universal defined service levels. So we'll get more into that, but it's what is the organization's expectation in responding to resident email? Is it 24 hours? Is it 48 hours? What's the actual service level on a voicemail? So there's clear metrics. So we understand when Dysart staff are meeting expectations or falling behind expectations. Without a service level standard, there's no way to really measure performance. It's about creating a universal definition that the council is both happy with, but staff can actually implement too, right? So it's obviously those tensions there. And then process. So looking at literature and even discussing with our senior advisor team, it's generally best practice to have one central point of contact that can field inquiries, both web and phone, relatively easy. So when I work with other municipalities, what they have done is they created a monthly Q&A from each department. So let's say if there's new programming at REC that you expect a bunch of phone calls for, that customer center service representative, that is the host and the first point of contact for inquiries, would have the information readily available to them to answer basic inquiries that different residents may be phoning in on. Thirdly, we talk about data and tracking. So this has 2 different elements. The first is a CRM system. So we budgeted it to about $3,000 annually. We're not suggesting that Dysart needs a very complex CRM system. It's a customer relationship management system. But in that way, we log and track our inquiries. This helps us understand if we are making our service levels. And also it allows the organization to start collecting data about different types of inquiries. So if you're getting a large amount of inquiries about a certain area in public works, maybe there's something there to explore further. And the second area that we believe is best practice is an annual resident survey. So using the CRM system or to ask Dysart residents who have interacted with the municipality within the last year, how was their experience? And to really track and understand key performance indicators. Obviously, you are a customer service industry. So this is about making sure that we have the data and the feedback to understand where we are exceeding and where we could be improving. Lastly, this is just to make sure that there's a clear understanding of process and roles and expectations. So council and staff training sessions on policy, process, and tools. So how to use the CRM systems, what are the service levels, how do processes, how do they actually flow? And just make sure that everyone understands that. It's great to have all these tools, but if there's no universal uptick for the actual process, it's not going to work. So in staff conversations, we estimated a 2.5% gain in productivity, so roughly about 85,000. This is really just to make sure that you're having the right level of employee respond to the inquiry. So if it's a basic inquiry, it's much more strategic and productive for the organization to have a customer service centric representative answer those types of inquiries and escalating to the seniority of the organization. In addition, without a clear process, you could have multiple people working on the same inquiry, which is redundant. So this is where we believe the savings would be had. And then the remaining part of the issue, we talk about current issues facing Dysart, which is processes may be a bit unclear. There are no service standards, reporting and tracking. There are no tools to do that. And there could be more training and performance management. Here we talk about the fact that in job titles, in recruitment and performance review of staff, having elements of customer service included in their reviews, and that to embed customer centricity to all employees is a way forward. And then we go deep dive in each of the four different aspects of policy creation. So here, having a standardized acknowledgement of voicemail, and with a certain time and benchmark to respond, making sure there's a universal approach to how you actually answer the phone, email response templates, and resident inquiries. So more standardization of processes. Here we're talking about having that central point of contact, and that person can field off more complex inquiries and make sure that they are followed up within the appropriate timelines. So there's that resolution. Reporting and tracking. So we talked about the CRM system. The annual resident survey, I think, is a great way to move forward to really measure the performance and the perception of residents. So Russell Township and Trent Lakes have implemented similar surveys. So smaller municipalities have implemented these types of surveys to track performance. And then lastly, we talk about training and performance management here. So clear roles of council and staff, helping staff create customer-centric communications, having the performance reviews, not just on the major elements of their jobs, but also on customer service and job description and recruitment. So looking at embedding language about customer service into job descriptions on a path moving forward basis. And then when you are recruiting new staff, including elements in the interview process about how they respond to residents and at their customer service experience. That was very quick.
That was very quick, but that's okay. We are going through this quickly, but there's time for comment. And I just want to say in this is one where Dysart was trying to take the initiative to do something last year. We did some sessions here, and it was something that we definitely we're striving to do. There's also something here that I think we can't always measure or put a dollar figure or anything. It's the stress reduction that I hope will happen when we have the policies and the process in place, that whether it be from a counselor or a staff or you can say, here's how you make the comment or complaint or whatnot. And because there's an expectation that you can call your counselor and get stuff fixed, and that's not the way it works. But it has been this example, one of those things that were done in the past. So to have those things in place, I think will also reduce stress, and that's not something that you can stress and frustration and all of that other stuff. That's not something you can put a dollar figure on, but it's priceless. So I'll take questions from counselors. I see Councillor Clark first. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. A couple of points. One, I think the tracking system is very important, whether it be for questions from the public regarding service delivery, or they have questions, and ensuring we get them on a timely basis. Also, in terms of our council work, that things don't fall through the cracks, that there's a follow-up system when decisions are made or we got directions determined to follow through. We need a system to ensure that our direction from council is going forward. My second point is expectations management, and part of what we do, how we deal with the public, has got to be communicated. We could spend all our money and all our resources on having a 5-minute response to every public inquiry, but nothing else would get done. So we have to be somewhat realistic in terms of the balance between a response and response time and our responsibility for those resources, the same resources being responsible for delivery. So I think we've got to be working on that one. there's a third item I had, but I've lost it. But anyways,
So I'll come back to you.
yeah.
Uh,
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry, it'll come. Question or comment from other councillors on this initiative? Councillor Smith, then Councillor Donaldson.
Again, thank you. This is a terrific theme and area for focus. Organizations around the globe are recognized success about improved customer service. I'm curious, as to your impetus for making this one of your lead recommendations. Was it something you heard from staff when you were interviewing them? Did you have any input from the community in terms of community frustrations? What was the driving force behind your focus on customer service here?
Our driving focus was that Masson, would you like to respond?
You start, Chris, and then I'll jump in.
Sure. Our driving focus was we understood that there was some work already being done on this initiative. And what we really got a sense of is that you have a great staff complement. They're not numerous, but they're really focused on wanting to serve the public. So looking at creating processes to better help them do just that is really what we wanted to do, is kind of take the work already being done and really use one of your greatest assets, your staff, and their willingness to be customer centric and create a clear way for them to do that. All right.
So an approach then to leverage a strength of ours, if you like, is really what you're identifying here. Great, thank you.
If I could just add through you, Mr. Mayor, or Madam Mayor, the real issue too, though, and we highlighted this on page 19, is when you think of best practices, we do an annual survey of CAOs, and one thing that leaps off the page of that survey, and we've done it now for 4 years, and through it we've interviewed through extensive interviews over 100 CAOs, is that there really seems to be a correlation in terms of the confidence levels between council and staff, where you have a positive set of policies, practices, and procedures in place, which ensure that when an issue gets raised by a resident with council, the council has a normalized fashion of conveying that to staff, and there can be confidence that there will be follow-up and tools to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. Because what's really toxic is when you don't have that. And we hear reported again and again, councillors saying, I'm scared to go to the grocery store because I'm scared to bump into somebody and they're going to ask me a question about why I haven't heard back on this or that. And as Mayor Roberts said, that's really toxic to the whole, anxiety levels at the elected level of council. And it can be quite problematic if councillors start taking self-help remedies to that by, you hear it reported in other municipalities, councillor so-and-so showed up at the works yard with a shopping list of things for the head of works to go look after, including a number of potholes in their ward. And, that is just so wrong at so many levels as a behavior, and it can cause no end of trouble. So we view this as being a really important risk management tool and a really important enhancement to staff-council relations, in addition to the obvious benefits that it has for council relations. And so it's not so much that we heard that your place was slipping into all sorts of difficulty, so much as this is a best practice that's getting implemented across the province, that if you don't have it yet, you want it. And I think that's the other answer to the question where the impetus came from.
Yeah. Thanks, John Matheson. And Councillor Donaldson had her hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment that I'm really glad to see that the customer service is on your list. That's all.
Yeah, I think we all are. That's great. Any other, Councillor Clark, you remembered?
I remembered my third item, and it was to do with the data gathering around how we're monitoring the service delivery or the tracking systems. I guess what I'd be interested in reflection on when this is coming through is that the gathering system isn't more expensive than what the actual service being delivered is. I've seen that happen in some organizations. what you're looking for is low hanging fruit where we can easily extract data without it becoming a burden on staff to be constantly trying to feed data into a system that makes us feel good. Okay, so, yeah, that was my third comment. Thank you.
And that's a really important comment. I don't know if I see Chris nodding, and I don't know if Tamara wants to comment in on that because you've had time to comment on this.
No, I'm fine. I agree with the comments, though, that you have to watch the cost and is it worthwhile?
And we're suggesting a very basic CRM tool, not with all the bells and whistles. And we also don't want the reporting to take a lot of staff time. Again, it's not meant to be overly burdensome. It's meant to just keep a consistent log of what's going on and looking at prices. And the size of your community, we budgeted $3,000 annually, which we believe is a liberal expense because of just the cost of about $15 per user could be something that you could use.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the idea that all those questions, comments, complaints come into one place and then they get in the right direction as opposed to going in circles many times, which can happen in the wrong direction. So any other comments on that from anyone else? Wow, we're really on track. I'm so impressed. That's
very
great.
efficient.
Okay. Yeah, pretty good. So next for strategy, who's on that? Is that you again?
Maybe we'll lead this one.
Yes.
Yes, hi everybody. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can
see me. Excellent. Good morning. So yeah, we'll go into the landfill, and this one was a really interesting one to go through and talk about. Landfills and management of landfills is always quite the expense with any municipality that's managing it. And so, when we went down into this, we wanted to identify, of course, any ways to improve service delivery and or gain efficiencies and product savings. So what we found overall is that there were a couple of different key areas that would be good to focus on to help with gaining efficiencies and reducing costs. One additional area on this is that we understand that there's currently a Class EA study ongoing with the assessment of landfills. So a lot of these are intended to augment and build upon some of that, as well as to validate some of those findings and make sure that the efficiencies and cost savings that are being recommended are indeed reflective of what is possible. So there were kind of three key recommendations in this particular area that we thought would be good to focus on. One of them is about increased auditing and enforcement of proper waste disposal. And this particular area is intended to decrease sorting and processing costs when there isn't compliance. It makes it difficult for staff to go through and ensure that they're sorting and managing waste effectively, as well as to increase cost recovery when you're enforcing some of those policies. And so there's kind of a dual benefit with doing that activity, and we'll go into that in a little bit more detail. The second one is just some minor changes in hours of operation and determining time slots. There were we heard that there were additional hours that were added a few years back, and there's kind of been some questions as to whether they are still needed today, given the way that things are operating. And so there is a possibility to revise or change up some of those hours to be a little bit more efficient, and we'll go into that a little bit. And then the third was obviously, construction and demolition waste is a huge expenditure. In talking with staff, we heard a couple different things where, a single cottage demo can fill up a landfill. And we heard things that, especially when they're exposed to the elements, this can cause heaviness and difficulty in managing. And so, really focusing on C&D waste, which is a huge driver of general landfill costs, is going to be, there's some key changes that can be implemented to help with reducing costs overall in terms of managing that type of waste. And it's a small change with some big dividends. So overall, when we calculated the projected annual savings based on some of these recommendations, we saw it was about $32,000 to $50,000. And this is relatively conservative, as was pointed out earlier. There is a possibility for more depending on how, how it gets implemented and how the results happen. But we kind of thought this was a realistic representation, at least with the conditions we have. And then, of course, for increased bag overage fees and increased enforcement, there's a potential for some cost recovery as well. which can change over time. So moving to the next slide. So what we just did was just a high level overview, pulling some information from the current state that kind of helps drive some of the recommendations. So as pointed out, what we noticed is overall there's an increased budget spend, but again, just to reiterate, this isn't reflective of the financial situation or anything of Dysart at all at this point. It's more just a reflection of, there's some increased comparative spend, but there's obviously being steps to look at to assess this. And there's of course some new changes coming down the pipe as we understand it. Some landfill stations transferring to, or moving to transfer stations and things like that. So this can kind of help to bolster some of those activities that are already ongoing. Some of the recommendations that we're having to help with that. The other thing too is that we want to take a look at generally the different landfill sites and kind of do an assessment of how they're doing. We heard previously that some of the landfills could be done more efficiently in different ways. And a good example is West Guildford. There's a higher cost per ton, and a lot of that is driven by construction demolition waste. And so reorganizing that is going to be a good way to bring some of that down, as well as for Harcourt, which also manages some C&D waste. So those are kind of a good representation of when we did the assessment areas that we focused on that helped to drive the recommendations. So for the first one is just increased enforcement at Dysart et al. At this point. So what we looked at was some of the recommendations that are happening at or that were put forward for the Class CA study, and then wanted to build on different ways to help support that, to help improve compliance overall. So some of the recommendations that are coming out is currently there's no fee per bag or bag limit on residential waste, and there was a recommendation to put a fee on different bag limits, as well to introduce tipping fees for domestic waste and some other areas about enforcement. And so the ways to improve compliance overall is we understand that there's an intention to purchase waste scales, and that would definitely help with enforcement and compliance, because if you attach the fees to the weight of the waste, it'll help to kind of track compliance. It'll also help to track, what kind of overages are you seeing, and be able to make decisions based on that data. We also looked at things like improving resident education and awareness. Right now, there's a lot of good information that's out there that's being put forward to residents, so that's great, but maybe there are additional tools that could be added that can help to improve that communication. We've seen in other municipalities adding things like interactive online tools, little kind of fun tests and things like that. That could be something to look at to help with the awareness, to help with the enforcement. Different things such as auditing and new bylaws would also help with enforcement. And try to get as much data as possible to help drive decisions and help to improve the education overall are some things to do. So thanks, Chris. So overall, improving C&D waste management to increase efficiencies. There's a lot of content on the slide, so I'll just try to focus really on the high level takeaways. It can look overwhelming, but I promise there's some really key points in here that are good to call out. So centralizing construction and demolition waste, obviously right now it's being accepted in 3 different landfills or transfer stations out of the 5 sites. And this is a major expense as indicated before, because it sits in weather, it's difficult to manage, kind of people dump all the C&D waste and there's difficulty in sorting through it. And so overall, if it was centralized at one site, in this case, we thought to recommend the Haliburton site, because there's an intention potentially for whale scales to come in, that it could help with reducing costs, because there's only one area that it can be dumped and managed. And that will help a lot with dealing with that and reducing costs. The other thing too is, as we understand, if there is a large C&D amount that needs to be sorted through, it can take up to a full day and 2 people to do that. And that's a lot of time spent on trying to manage all those things. And so this will help to reduce that as well. In looking at managing large demolitions, as indicated, a cottage can take up a lot of space, and given the economics right now and the development, there's a lot of properties that are being bought for the land, cottages being torn down and then rebuilding, and that's something that's happening a fair bit in rural municipalities. And so what we wanted to look at was, is there a way for, at point of site, for any large demolition projects to have them being managed at the area in which the teardown is happening, and not to bring them back into the landfill. And there is some possibilities and companies that are able to do that externally. And so through the contractor, that can be recommended and managed, and that will bring a lot of waste outside of the landfill, which is great. Lastly, there's a possibility for a C&D waste diversion program, and looking at comparator Oxford County, they actually have different buckets set up that will help with different types of waste when it comes to C&D material. Some of it is recyclable and some of it's not. In interviews, we heard that currently the amount of C&D recycled at Dysart is approximately 18 to 20%. It was originally thought to be a lot higher than that. And so in order to improve that, both from a communication to resident perspective and to help with any like recyclable materials and management of waste, this is a possibility that can be considered.
One thing I want to highlight about the Oxford example too is that Oxford County is responsible for waste management on a county responsibility. So what we wanted to really highlight there is that for the entirety of Oxford, so a much larger geographic space, C&D materials are only accepted at one site. So it's about centralizing and making sure that they can actually have the processes and the structure around it to actually manage these complex waste items.
Mm-hmm. For sure, Chris, great point. So looking at the change to hours of operation. So generally, again, per the Class DA study, there was a lot of different changes that were made. Some of the landfills and in our transfer stations have some hours that are about 8 hours approximately on high times. And, the question is whether or not that is feasible or realistic at this point to keep. And so there are some recommendations to, reduce some hours and kind of change up the way that the hours are managed by landfill and by transfer station. And what this basically does is that it reduces kind of staff time. It also reduces the hours and time that's needed to manage waste coming in and out. And there are definitely some cost savings that are achieved there. And we actually, when we go through and do it, we do some estimations of how many hours could be reduced and what the impact would be. So in terms of the potential savings overall from these initiatives, what we did is we tried to make assumptions for each and then basically do some calculations of what the potential cost savings would be. So obviously removal of large demolition waste and not accepting any like large tear downs or anything like that. We assumed a 3 to 5% reduction in hauling processing, and as well too for removal of CD from the 2 landfills, taking it out and then centralizing at one location has some cost savings as well. And this led to our recommendations. And then if there's an increased bag overage fees that are implemented, so should it be over the 3 bag limit, there is some potential for some cost recovery there, which we project to be around 4,000, given the assumptions of about 3 to 5% of the bags coming in might be over 4, and that's a conservative estimate, could be higher than that. So. Okay, and next slide, Chris. Okay, and that is all for landfill.
And there's a lot in there.
Yes.
To digest, and I see quite a few hands, but I'm actually going to go to staff first, if I could, before councillors. I'd like to hear from our clerk, Mallory Bishop.
I just wanted to clarify something in case there's questions about it. The term Class DA was used a few times, but I think they're referring to our waste management strategy, which staff are bringing forward. Class DA means a little something different to us, so I just don't want people to be confused about that. So I just wanted to clarify that before we go forward.
We can make that change too.
Thank you. Yeah, that's important. Was it Councillor Smith and Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you. Great, a lot of detail in this section, and that's going to be helpful for us as we sort through it. I guess I got a couple of broader questions here on this. You touched on the hours. You didn't say anything about the number of locations we have. With the, and we call them landfill sites, a number of them are already solely transfer stations, and even Halliburton's going to be solely a transfer station another 3 months from now. Do we offer too many locations given our size geographically and population? And then secondly, does your data or your knowledge from other communities give you any insight as to whether or not hauling waste is the right answer? Private contractors haul waste from the Canisius site today all the way down to southwestern Ontario to places like Chatham and Watford. We pay for that in contract costs. Would it be more appropriate for us to find another landfill location and open a new site. And instead of, spending the time and the energy and the money to haul the waste away. Interested in your perspective on both those themes. Thank you.
Sure. So great question. So the first one then, just to address the hours and whether there's too many landfill sites at this time for the location. I think, in looking at the Haliburton County as a whole, and looking at kind of where waste sites are distributed across the board, is an area of exploration that had come up in the shared delivery one, and so that's something that's a potential to be looked at. With regards to Dysart now, in terms of where they are, I think part of the recommendation to move to transfer stations over strict landfill sites is to help with moving towards a situation that allows for less amount of sites that do a lot of things, and so for now, it seems anyway, in looking at the data and the recommendations that are put forward, there are probably steps that are being made over this short term for long term change that would help to drive some of those things. And so, there are probably some steps to take in the future for that, but they are being looked at in different aspects in different areas. And so there's probably some more information to be had in the future on those things. As it relates to, the second question about, hauling and paying for hauling and how it goes, a lot of municipalities manage it quite differently. It seems a lot of them do pay for contractor hauling, and particularly when it comes to large geographies, it can be difficult to manage with staff because it's a long time to spend in doing other things. And so, contracting out is quite common. As it looks, to do it with internally versus externally, or to do it in a different way, probably it could be something that is looked at a little bit more, but I will say that just a lot of municipalities do contract out, and that is something that seems to be quite common when we were looking at benchmarking.
And further to the last part of the question from Councillor Smith, I might just throw it over to Mallory to speak about what would be involved in does Dysart even own land, which I think the answer is probably no, where we could create a new landfill. So
Yeah, new landfills. The part of the crux of the problem here is that a lot of our landfills are historical. So originally they would have been a swamp that people just backed up to and threw their garbage at the back of their truck. So a lot of your cost with landfills is because of this historical problem of waste being in an area that wasn't necessarily designed properly. So new landfills require lining and years of approvals through the ministry right now. There's not an appetite at the provincial level to approve new landfills right now because they're trying to get away from that. So a lot of the time when you're transferring to a very large engineered landfill that has a gas capture system and is really set up to be environmentally tight. So that's generally, and John and Rob are listening as well. I don't know if they would want to add more to it. We could definitely, they're here if we want to pull them into the conversation, but.
Well, I think for the sake of keeping on the schedule, that's good enough to just overview that would be a very complicated situation. John Matheson might want to weigh in, and I know Councillor Clark is waiting, and then Councillor McKechnie.
No, you know what, I think Mallory, I just wanted to add in, I have the greatest sympathy for Councillor Smith's question because it's profoundly difficult, and it's really something that the province hasn't done a great job at showing leadership on, going back to the 1990s. And so when Mallory's absolutely right when she's talking about the lack of impetus from Queen's Park in regard to addressing this problem, I think there's going to be a number of pressures or enablers that are going to be pushing in different directions. And I think that the best advice to municipalities is to kind of hunker down and see how things further develop while you have existing capacity. But one piece is the obvious greenhouse gas implications of shipping things down the roads. The closer we get to putting a price on that, the more the full cost of that is going to come home to us, and the more there become better, greener ways of shipping it. So like that's a moving target at the moment. Another moving target is, it's very challenging to come up with in policy for an incineration for a large diffuse community such as there, and it's only slightly more divisive as a community issue than the siting of a landfill. So that's something though that I expect is going to evolve over the next 10 or 15 years on a sort of a trans-regional or trans-county basis. That's not something that'll be settled in Dysart, but it could well be that it's something that's settled in a place that's a reasonable distance. And then of course, the other thing is what everybody can agree on is the fundamental importance of continued diversion and reduction. And so, whether it's the ban on single-use plastics that you heard the federal government repeating again in the speech from the throne just the day before yesterday, or whether it's the ongoing work on expanded producer responsibility that will hopefully dramatically increase recycling programs. All of those things, I think, are going to help reduce the pressure on, inputs to these precious resources called landfill sites. But your question is a very wise one, because our recommendations predominantly go to husbanding the resource that you have and mitigating its cost today. There's a number of bigger questions around the corner, which are really beyond the scope of an internal service delivery review, and you've correctly put your finger on it.
Yeah, thank you, John. That's so important. The other thing I wanted to point out too, when you talk about reduction of hours, it may not lead to reduction of landfill hours, may not lead to a reduction of staff hours. In order to enforce tipping and enforce compliance and make sure that people are coming into those landfills, and a lot of times we need 2 people to do that. And these smaller landfills where if you have somebody at the gate but not somebody at where they're doing the dropping off and the recycling and whatnot, we're not able to ensure compliance. So, even if that isn't something that ends up happening where we save money on staff hours, we should still look at reducing hours to ensure that the landfills are operating efficiently. And so that's something. Councillor Clark, and then we should move on to the next topic.
Okay. Yeah, a quick question for Maggie. The numbers on the 4 townships in terms of percentage of budget, are those numbers inclusive of the construction and demolition waste?
Yes.
And to put that into perspective, then another number that would be indicative there would be the size of the building permits or the value of the building that's been put forward. Fortunately or unfortunately, Dysart is a very desirable area, and I think we are seeing the lion's share of tear down cottages and building of $1 million cottages all over the place here. That's reflecting in these numbers that you're showing. The other part of that, and I guess I've got some concern, how come the township is having to absorb, or all the townships are having to absorb all this construction and demolition waste? I can remember doing some of my own builds over the years, and then 30 years back, there used to be companies that McGill Environment, or whatever, that used to take all construction waste, they would sort it, and they would make a product out of it, or they would deal with it. It was not going to dumps. So that's, that's something I think we have to get very serious about in terms of getting this stuff off our plate entirely. Including stuff from residential areas where they're having to deal with brush and that type of thing. I know that's an issue too, going into dumps. Again, I think if we're properly managing it and putting it in areas where it can be chipped, it's going to take some of the pressure off. I guess to John's point on the whole move towards plastics, reduction of plastics, population getting smarter, I definitely agree with that. I think if we're doing this right, the whole need for trucking things out of here is going to substantially diminish. We need a program to deal with our organics, which is in discussion, and that would take a huge load off. With our own house, I take 1 bag of garbage in every about 2 to 3 weeks. At one time, it used to be every week, but the mindset is changing in terms of how we're buying stuff, what we're throwing out. And responsible citizens are stepping up and reducing their footprint. So
Yeah.
those are my few little comments on it.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I do, Councillor McKechnie, were you wanting to state? Yeah. And then we move on.
I'd like to know, I know this group here, Mr. Matheson, and I appreciate you looking at my card back in 1974. How'd you like the Fu Manchu mustache back then? It looked pretty good. And it's McKechnie, sir. And I've been called worse though. But I'd like to know if I'm the only person in all your talks with different municipalities and counties and province people. I'm sure you talk to a lot of people. Like we just spent 20 minutes, half an hour talking about landfill sites, which is great. And those problems are around every corner, every municipality, every county. Why in the heck are we not spending all this energy and time going ahead with incinerating garbage? It blows my mind. This problem, it's like we're putting a Band-Aid on this. All we're talking about here is putting Band-Aids, in my opinion, on the big problem. And you look at the Durham incinerator. I don't know exactly what they expanded to, but it's huge. And it works. It's not putting anything in the air. Everybody's so worried about what's going in the air. I don't understand why I'm the only idiot, I guess, who's thinking about incinerating garbage when all over Europe for a long, long time. The states are doing it more and more every day. And here we are in Canada, in our province. Oh, we got landfill problems. Well, we're going to have landfill problems in rural Ontario for a long time, just like we're going to have septic waste problems for a long time. And that's another one of my pet peeves. But I don't understand why there isn't more talk about incinerating garbage.
And that's what John Matheson said. There should be more.
That's what McKechnie says.
Yes, but you're not an idiot, and you're not the only one talking about it. It's just not, unfortunately, part of our service delivery review.
Well, why are all these special interest groups spending all their energy and time devoting to going to the province and to the federal government and saying, we got to get on the ball here. This it's costing this municipality. What's it cost us trucking stuff all the way down to Chatham?
A lot.
I mean, imagine if there's an incinerator in north part of Peterborough, what it would feed 2 hours away. I don't know. I'll shut up. Thank you.
No, it's okay. It's just you're not an idiot, and it's just unfortunately not part of the Dysart review. We have to deal with.
I know I'm not an idiot.
No, I know, but you said you were. Well, I'm saying you're not.
Well, I'm trying to talk to all the idiots out there that aren't even talking about incinerating garbage.
Okay, so we will move on. Excellent conversation on that initiative, and we'll get through initiative 4 and then take a break after that. So recreation.
So this initiative is looking at a longer term horizon on your recreation facility, and obviously there's been numerous conversations over the years about how can you actually expand service levels to your AJ LaRue arena, and obviously there's a land donation that is really a great asset for Dysart to have in this service area. So what we're suggesting is that when you look to other municipalities and their approaches to partnerships and recreation facilities, we believe that there is great potential for Dysart to identify partners in the school board and college, as well as other not-for-profit sectors, to build and operate a multi-use facility in tandem. Obviously, this would take years to implement, but we in conversations with staff, major capital repairs would at the earliest be needed in 10 years. So from a high-level structure perspective, canvass potential partners, school board, Fleming College, etc., to create a steering committee on a joint recreation facility and come up with a unified plan and vision for that facility. Determine the appropriate governance structure with partners. So who is contributing to the capital and operating costs of the new facility, and looking at a contribution agreement, or if there are more governance demands from your partners, maybe it would have to be a municipal service corporation with partner board representatives on that board to help govern the new facility and then operationalize the building and its program. So we talk about it's about $1 million allocation each year, and it's growing to 5.7%. We've projected this year-over-year budget growth to continue. So over by 2035, the actual cost of the facility could be $2.3 million. We used comparables and projected a capital upgrade of 18 million. It depends on the complexity of the facility, obviously. The big point here is that this facility is getting more and more expensive. There is a need and a desire from community members to have a more multi-use facility. Dysart should look to more innovative partnership models to do that. So we do a comparison, jurisdictional comparison analysis here of different municipalities within Ontario and outside, and looking to the different partners that they have that support the operating capital costs. So their service clubs, school boards, and post-secondaries and neighboring municipalities. We explore two of these in greater detail in the city of Coquitlam, which partners with their school district and Douglas College for a number of their facilities. And then the city of Spruce Grove, which partners with neighboring communities. And what they do is they have a governance board that manages the operations and the capital expenditure for these facilities. So for our recommendation, we're recommending partners, local partners, so the school board, the college, YMCA, to engage their interest in moving forward with a multi-use facility.
Okay, so there's the report on that. Questions, comments? No? Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith.
You thought you got away without me, didn't you? Yeah, it's the need for a shared recreation facility is probably our biggest gap right now, and we're seeing it in other communities, especially with senior populations and that type of thing, where you've got to have places for groups and gatherings and pickleball and everything else that they do now that makes up a community, and it's not overly expensive as a space, but also as an interim. Suggestion is taking a look at how we can work with some of our churches and other larger buildings in the community that are not being fully. Again, this is all pre or post-COVID I'm talking about, but we've got things like United Church and St. George's that have space that's not fully used, and they're struggling to meet costs. So maybe as an interim measure and an expanded role for our recreation department is to ensure that we're connecting our local groups and recreational needs with some of our existing space, pending the longer term development of a more expansive recreation center that can be used between the school, the community, and service clubs. Thank you.
Councillor Clark, that's a great point, and to the theme of this recommendation.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thank you. You know, again, a critically important topic for us as a council, and many varied demands from our community. There was one detail in this report, page 38. You make a point in here in comparing us to the Tri-Leisure Center here. You say 21% of this facility's funding comes from municipality compared to 26% for Dysart's Arena. What is the 26% for Dysart's Arena from the municipality? Because I would have said we fund a lot more than 26% of Dysart's Arena.
I'll have to go back into the numbers to fully explore that, but we can get a written response to that question.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't get a,
Yeah.
Sorry, you didn't get a written response to it.
I'll send an email just to explain it in detail. Yeah, it is not coming completely off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
All right, great. It's puzzling because that number makes I can't grasp the concept. But I appreciate the follow-up, and again, another topic that I think you guys have done a terrific job of providing some insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I just wanted to point out that the next slide down from the one you've got on your screen, which is page 40, which is the phased approach, which I think is really important. And when the announcement, first of all, the land still is not transferred. I think lawyers are busy in real estate doing deals for cottages, and this has been put on the back burner, but it will come forward. It's still going to go through so that we have property. And I think just looking at phase one, doing that visioning and having that master plan in year 1 to 2. So this term of council, whether we are able to get going in 2021 or partway through 2021 when we're hopefully out of this emergency, but having that visioning with potential partners, with community, etc., is really going to be important. What I don't want to have happen is put our heads in the sand and do nothing, because that is not the right approach whatsoever. You know, it was when the system, the ice system went at the Dysart Arena, there was nothing in place. We didn't have a reserve. We weren't planning for the fact that these things have shelf lives. They have limits. They have, you know, times, and we knew we've been patching the dike, and then the dam burst. And we were very lucky. We had engineers come in and say that this building still had, at that time, 25 years left, which is about as far out as engineer wants to go. So we were able to repair. Otherwise, we would have been in an emergency situation and had to build at the time, $7 to $9 million arena. So it's really important that we do this visioning, we get this plan, we start putting funds towards it. And, you know, it's not immediate right now, but future councils and future residents of Dysart will appreciate the planning that's going to take place in 2021, 2022 for 2030, 2035, way out. So I don't want to be in a situation like we had to and quickly borrow money for the arena. And we were, like I say, we're lucky to fix that up, but this is long-term planning. And this, right at the beginning, you know, we talked about the things that take high capital costs. This will be a huge capital cost, but it's possible. So, but it takes planning now. Are there any other questions in this section or comments? If not, we are right on track to take a 10-minute break. Oh, sorry, is that okay?
That's great. I'm impressed.
That's, well, yeah, me too. That's great. So refresh your coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll reconvene at 10:10. I'm just going to, okay. Let me get. thumbs up. Let me know when it's live. Okay, so I hope everyone was able to stretch their legs, and we will continue on with the fifth initiative, which is short-term rentals.
I could, Mayor, I just want to quickly answer Councillor Smith's question. I just looked at our Excel work. The point here, the 21 versus the 26, 26% of Dysart's, alternatively 74% of Dysart revenue comes from other sources, so user fees, etc. And our point here is that 79% comes from other sources for the multi-use facility with multiple partners. So we're trying to say that if there are more partners, it was more likely there'll be increased usage, will increase revenues, which will decrease the operating expenditures that the municipality will have to contribute to the facility. Does that make sense?
I appreciate the quick clarification on your short break. Thank you. Very
No
nice.
problem.
So now we'll move on to short-term rentals.
So this is obviously a very interesting one from a policy perspective. So there are a lot of tools that are enabled by the provincial government to local municipalities to approach short-term rentals in different ways. So we wanted to present a plethora of options to Dysart for your consideration to address short-term rentals and particularly nuisance properties. So there are three ways that we see that Dysart can move forward with creating a regulatory regime around short-term rentals. The first one is a licensing regime, so requiring short-term accommodations to have a municipal license. There are many different ways that can be implemented. The second one is through a municipal accommodation tax. So this is a legislative tool that local municipalities can decide to go forward with. It's a tax about 4% on all short-term accommodations, so accommodations under 30 days or less. That would both affect accommodations like Airbnb, but also hotels. And 50% of revenues from the MAT tax has to be allocated to a tourism destination corporation, so promote tourism across for Dysart. The remaining 50% can be used at the municipality's discretion. And then lastly, Huntsville is using both regulatory regimes. So we're going to get deeper into each option, but the question here is how we want to look at Dysart short-term rentals and mitigate the nuisance properties, promote tourism, and maybe distribute the benefits of this activity across on the municipality. So there's a key policy questions that need to be determined to help pick which route Dysart should go on. Another important note, if the licensing regime is adopted, this has to be done on a cost recovery approach. We can see that increased bylaw could be used to ensure that the nuisance properties are being mitigated. So I'm going to dive deep into the three. So I want to talk about licensing first. We have three different examples and a kind of different approaches by Ontario municipalities. So Georgina has a very restrictive regime. It only allows 150 STA licenses in their full municipal boundaries, and they have to be a minimum of 100 meters apart. There's also other requirements such as liability, fire inspection, septic reviews that are part of their application. Their licensing fee isn't, in our opinion, too prohibitive compared to that of Blue Mountains, which has a much higher licensing fee and renewal cost. Niagara-on-the-Lake, which we talked to their bylaw office and we looked at their council reports, and they're moving forward with a very interesting model. Staff are considering to bring report to council that requires all short-term rentals either to be managed by a rental management company or if the owner lives in Noddle and is available 24/7. So this one really promotes local rental companies and ensures that the manager and the management of properties are available at all times. So it's a very interesting regime across Ontario because of this proposed restriction. Blue Mountains has very clear areas of their municipal plan where the license for short-term rentals. They have a demerit point system so they can reflect on who are the bad actors through in the operators, and then remove people that are facing too many fines. So that would be noise complaints, if there are parking issues, septic issues, etc. The fee is $2,500 initial cost, and renewal fee is $1,000. So it's much heavier burden for operators, where the Niagara on the Lake is $115 per room, and then Georgina $250 plus annual reviews of $150. We worked with iHost, which is a third-party provider that's able to scrape the data from all the Airbnb and VRBO sites and find how many actual short-term rental are listed in Dysart's municipal boundaries. So there's 214 operating currently within the confines of Dysart. We've also, in talking to private cottage rental companies, we estimated that there's approximately 85 that aren't on these sites. That's a very low estimate. We wanted to keep it conservative. So when, and then in conversations with iHost, they stated that the average, sorry, that'll be the next point. The average licensing cost we assumed at $250 per license. So we're assuming revenues of $75,000. Again, this must be done on a cost recovery basis. So this could help fund increased bylaw enforcement is a potential way forward under this model. The second option is MAT tax, so a municipal accommodation tax. So here's some background. The point here is that this is a lower tier responsibility if they want to move forward. 50% of profits must be used for a destination marketing organization, and the other 50% can be used at the discretion of the municipality. And the tax applies to accommodations for 30 days or less, hotels, motels, and Airbnb short-term rentals. So North Bay, Marathon, and Sault Ste. Marie are all communities that have implemented a MAT tax. Just for a jurisdictional example, here we started doing the cost benefit analysis. So again, 214 is the number of Airbnbs and VRBOs operating in Dysart. We again use 300 as our number to include the rentals that are not on those sites. This is where the average cost per night, according to iHost, is $250 for Dysart's properties. And they expected those types of properties to be booked 40 to 70 days. So total MAT tax revenue could be $120,000 to $225,000. We included software costs in this one to ensure that the community was able to understand who is operating within their community. So iHost, their software cost was $32,000 annually. So the net benefit for the community could be between $88,000 to $193,000. And again, 50% of this revenue has to be used to promote Dysart through a destination marketing organization. The other 50% can be used at the discretion of the municipality. Lastly, I did not need to do that. Lastly, Huntsville is kind of unique. It has a licensing regime and a MAT tax. So again, if Dysart chooses to move forward on short-term accommodations, it could do a combined approach. We priced that out to be approximately $163,000 to $268,000. Again, any money generated through licensing would have to be on a cost recovery basis. And then the MAT tax revenues would have to be divided 50-50 between destination marketing organization and the remaining funds being at the discretion of the community.
Okay, were you going to go to the last slide, Chris?
Sure. So again, policy alignment and stakeholder feedback is the areas that we suggest next. The key question for us was what policy requirements are needed for a regulatory framework and having a unified vision from council. And then it would be easier to implement a regulatory regime that meets the policy needs. And obviously, stakeholder feedback is needed. There are many private cottage rental companies that are in within Dysart. We did a preliminary discussion with them to get their feedback on the different models as well.
Okay, thank you. And this is a good example. Keep in mind, councillors, that this is Dysart's service delivery review. But here is an example where we know every municipality in our county is also trying to tackle this. So the only thing I wonder, and I'm not asking you to add something to your report, but in implementation considerations, I think, you know, us, if this was something that we wanted to take on and as an initiative, and I would surmise, I think it is, because we keep talking about it, that it would be something that we would definitely want to have, see what the other townships are considering, and hopefully get to some. We don't have to necessarily agree, but it would be nice to be as similar as possible, so that we're not doing our own thing and Minden Hills is doing something else. And we all, like I say, we know that every municipality in the county is working with this. So I would just think, I don't know if that says stakeholder feedback, or in somewhere in the implementation, I would think that we would take into consideration discussions with our neighboring townships in the county.
And as this scope of this project was contained within the boundaries of Dysart, we didn't go further than that. However, upon just of note, Lambton County is coordinating their approach to short-term rentals. So they're all trying to pass similar bylaws that are the same. So it's the same regulatory regime across the county.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you for this part of it. This is something that I've looked at, I think, fairly extensively, the use of the accommodator tax. It's my understanding, number one, that we could exclude some from that tax, such as our traditional accommodators, from collecting that. It's not a requirement that all our hotels, motels, lodges would be included. I believe that we decide that we could actually exclude some accommodators. And the second part of the question is, and I'm not sure if you're familiar or the right person to ask, we don't have a tourism agency at the lower level. We do at the upper. Is there any conflict if we were then to start our own organization, or are we able to do that? Or because there is one at the upper tier, would those funds have to be channeled through an existing upper tier organization? Thank you.
So the county, so the legislation says that it has to be towards a destination marketing organization. In the County of Lambton example, the lower tier, a portion of those funds are being sent to the upper tier level. I think there needs to be a counting to make sure that it's spent in areas back down to the lower tier to have that accountability. But that's the clarity there. So it would be at the discretion of the municipality on how to best set this up.
And to Deputy Mayor Kennedy's first point, is it, I guess that's something we'd have to look into the legislation. Are we able to exclude certain accommodators, or is it?
We can dive deeper, but from the sentence here that we were looking at, it seems to apply to hotel, motels, lodges, and bed and breakfasts. We can try to find cases where you can exclude them from the MAT tax. We did work with Newmarket on this initiative, and they did include hotels, but I don't know if that was just because of their desire to do so, but we can do some background research to make sure to see if we can opt out of applying to hotels and such.
Okay. So that would take a further discussion. Councillor Smith, you were next.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess it'd be interesting to get the answer to the question as to whether or not we can exclude somebody, but or some organization. But I'm not sure why we would exclude them. I want to make a couple of points. I mean, obviously, this is a controversial topic. Very strong feelings on both sides of it, so the number of 300. I'm not sure when iHost looked. Maybe it was after all the places had been booked, or most of the places had been booked for the summer, and therefore they didn't have a listing online. But I can tell you that the number of short-term rentals across Dysart is a lot more than 300 facilities. It's probably 300 facilities on the single lake that I'm looking at right now. So the potential in terms of accommodations that would be impacted by this, probably measures closer to 1,000 than it does to 300 across all of Dysart. But as I said, it's controversial, but frankly, the failure of our council to act on this in the next couple of years is not only going to be a tremendous frustration to property owners who are impacted by poor behavior, if you like, but this is also putting a tremendous burden on our environment. The health of our lakes is affected by systems that are overused. The services that we need to provide in support of overused facilities, impact on landfills, for example, we just talked about, is a big issue. And so, we as a council can't continue to wait for others. We've got to step up and say we're going to do something to address this, because it is as I said, a very significant issue. And Chris, I think you've given us some great background here. You've pointed out there are a number of options. There's a lot of different models nobody's figured out. In fact, there probably isn't a right answer, except do something. And the only wrong answer is to do nothing. And so get it started and fine tune it as you go along. But we need to act. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wood Roberts.
I totally agree that there needs to be some sort of overseeing this sort of the short-term rentals. But what we do have to do is be very careful in how we do it, because to do the enforcement could be extremely expensive, and there's going to be people who don't register that they're offering that service anyway. So how do you track that?
So in conversations with iHost, they would be able to pull the data from those Airbnb and VRBO sites, and then it would just be on staff time to reconcile both your licensee list and the data coming from those kind of third-party providers that scrub these internet sites, and then to have the enforcement abilities to go after the ones who aren't registered. So that's why we, even in the licensing approach, and we wanted to use conservative numbers, and I totally understand that, Councillor Smith, but $75,000 could be used to fund a new position to help support that. And anything under a licensing regime must be on a cost recovery basis as well.
Mm-hmm. And actually, it was the licensing system that we were looking at, I would say, a couple of years ago, Tamara, when we had a presentation to our Economic Development Committee from a provider.
It's the same one, same system. It's the same system they're referencing.
Yes, yeah. So, we did look at that. So, yeah, excellent information here. And as Councillor Smith said, this is not one that we are going to, we'll find the solution that works for Dysart, and we'll also communicate with our neighboring municipalities. I think that's important too. So anything else on that subject? Okay, so we can.
I think Councillor
Andrea.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep, hard to say sometimes.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Andrea. Chris, for your consideration on what's being looked at to consider this, the implementation considerations, I think you need a third point in there. And that's to deal with community alignment or community engagement. And this goes back to kind of what John was saying with, the fact that there's about 1,000 out there. And what we're hitting is some streets on the lakes, 8 out of 10 houses now have been bought up and are being used exclusively for Airbnb. And what this is doing in terms of a community is changing the nature of the neighborhoods, for one thing. The other thing that is directly impacting is the availability of rental housing for our people in the community that would be looking for affordable accommodation. Although a lot of these properties are waterfront, and it gets quite, they can charge a pretty high dollar for them. A lot of them are right in the village where people want, especially with COVID, people want to get out of the city and they'll come up and they'll rent anything. And meanwhile, the guy that you're dealing with at the store, cashing you out, is living on the street. So this is the whole concept about the number of properties we enable, the fact that we're allowing licensed businesses in residential zoned areas, all has to be looked at in terms of, I think, your implementation considerations. It just makes for a better decision making when you're looking at all the points and what the impact is on our the value of our actual community.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It does. And I actually would like to reference this slide because it talks about policy approaches that could help mitigate some of those issues you raised, Councillor. So Georgina says minimum 100 meters apart from each other, so that you don't get the density as you were talking about. And then the Blue Mountains has clear areas for short-term rentals to be allowed. And then your village comment on how rental are needed for full-time employees or employees that are actually working within the village. That's something that you can do to create those parameters. So again, it comes to the policy questions you're trying to answer and then creating a regulatory regime that meets those policy questions.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Chris.
No problem.
Any other question or comment on this section? Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Donaldson?
Yeah, just a couple of quick points that for whatever you bring up, just because I was at one of the public meetings, whatever you bring up, like what Larry Clark just did, there's an opposite that goes with it. And it will come out at the public meetings anyways, but it's not cut in stone. Exactly, oh, this is the way it is. No, there's an opposite view of it every time. And it doesn't matter what it is, which subject it is on the short-term rentals, there will be an opposite effect to it. So just make note that the public meetings will bring all that out anyways.
Fair point.
Thank you. But I do think that as you can see from the examples that he gave, and there are many other examples across Ontario, that I would say now the more communities are going to, whether it's licensing or MAT tax, having some regulatory system over short-term rentals is the direction that most people, for a little while they were like, whoa, this is too big, can't deal with this, and the city of Toronto can't figure it out, then how can little old Dysart? Well, a lot of places have figured it out, and it's time for us to figure out what works for us. So that's the shift in, say, the last 5 years. And as Councillor Clark said, people are most definitely buying up properties for the exclusive use of licensing. And one of the things you can do is limit the number of days that you can rent those short-term places out. Certainly for like the cottages, they can be, so they're not 52 weeks a year. Okay, we're good on that.
I have a comment.
Yes, Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, has the province washed their hands of this totally? Like you just said there, each area has their own little set of rules and everything. And needless to say, if the province would, they give us all kinds of other rules and guidelines to follow. Why wouldn't they be putting a program in place for all these license fees all across Ontario? So it's all the same.
So I'll let one of the strategy core people speak to that, but as he's pulled up the MAT Tech, the province has given us tools that to be able to do that.
Yeah, but they can all be different.
Because they recognize that this is a local issue. Each issue, City of Toronto has different issues than Municipality Dysart. So it is something that the province has given us authority that we can pass what works for us. John Matheson?
Councillor, I think you raise a good point that the province has enabled 444 municipalities to take their own approach. And so I suppose from the perspective of somebody who owned properties in multiple jurisdictions, that could be like the very definition of red tape, having to comply with the rules in each one. I think the reason why it was left to individuals was because what the market might bear, in a highly desirable place would be quite different from a place that was more marginal. A one-size-fits-all rule for Kirkland Lake wouldn't work the same way as it would in Dysart. And so I think that's why they've left it. But I think through information sharing at AMO, it'll probably settle out over the next couple of years what standard bands of activity are within the licensing approach or the accommodation tax approach. So I think, it'll settle out as things change. But the other destabilizing effect is with COVID, certainly the flood of people from large urban areas to really desirable places to shelter in place caused one huge disruption. And now the second disruption that I think is really going to be something that you're going to want to think about in your strategic plan, both as it relates to this and to your land use planning policies, is it was one thing to have a bunch of people from Toronto, and I would be one of them, coming for the weekend. It's another thing when they decide to move in, because as you get better and better access to digital services in Dysart, and as remote work becomes a practical reality for people instead of something that always feels just a few years down the road, I think you're going to find that the pressure that started as people visiting short-term is going to change as well. And so I think this is something that's going to evolve quite substantially over the next couple of years. And it may cause us to have to rethink not just questions about how we tax individual units and license individual units, but potentially also how we think about property tax. Because to the point that I think a couple of councillors spoke to, okay, it's a residence, but if it's no longer used as a residence, at what point does it tip into being commercial? Mm-hmm. And then at what point do we change the way in which we classify it? And that's likely to be a problem for the Ministry of Finance through its classification rules, and local municipalities through in their collaboration with MPAC. And then, as others have said, a whole intel gathering challenge, which is there's the ones who advertise in the obvious places, which makes them easy to find. Then there's the other ones who do it by word of mouth and may never be open enough to post something up on the internet such that a third-party provider can find them, but they're still just as much a business. So one of the foundational building blocks for addressing that is you get a licensing position in place that lets you monitor, and then you can take any of these other steps over time that ensure that principles of full cost recovery or appropriate internalizing of the costs of these emerging businesses in terms of the impact they're having on the character of a street or the usage of municipal services is getting fully taken into account. And I think the other point that was made, I feel like I should know the answer to the question, are we allowed to exclude some providers and charge others? My gut reaction is we probably can't, but we will get back to you on that. I'm just sharing what I think I remember reading at something, and we didn't that didn't arise as an issue during this review. But the more you start to see these people acquiring blocks of houses for these purposes, the more we're going to have to look at them like businesses that are competing with your established businesses, and the less we'll be able to look at them as if they're good faith people with residences renting them for a little bit of time. So I think this is going to be a huge policy area that's going to have dramatic implications on residents and owners, and that you'll be working on this as a sort of a steady drumbeat for probably the next decade.
Well, what I can't understand is why the province isn't setting a guideline for us all to follow, because like you just said, just do the math. Some of these places, they're making $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year. and they're paying $5,000, like the guy next door is paying $5,000 for his taxes. And it's a huge commercial business. And you'd think the province would want to get in on it and get a bit of that money. Like set a policy for all our municipalities, all our counties, whole province. Just follow it. This is what short-term rental is all about.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Walt, I said, you know, as you know, being on council for some time, I don't know if we've been talking about this for 5 or 6 years with the sort of, we never knew what direction to go, but the time is not to just stand still. The time is to at least go in a direction, and we can't ignore this anymore, and we can't wait. And like I say, other areas have done this. So yeah, that's why it's here as an initiative. So we will move on to the sewage treatment plant section, and whoever has that one.
Peggy?
Yes, hello, me again. I seem to be taking over all the waste and dirt-based items for today, so
That's okay.
Looking forward to going into it with you. So we'll go into the sewage treatment plan, and to start off, this was a really interesting initiative to assess, because you know, a lot of times you might hear the opposite of the, you know, the challenge that was brought forward, which is to say that there's not enough capacity. And in this case, the sewage treatment plant is unique in terms of its capacity potential. There's been a lot of really great investment made over its history to kind of increase the ability to take on capacity in alignment with growth. But the customer base at this point anyway is intended or indicated to be too small to make it a cost neutral service. And there's a lot of opportunity within this area to expand that capacity and align with the potential for what the sewage treatment plant can offer. And so there's a couple of different areas that this initiative is intended to look at to help address the capacity challenge that has kind of been brought forward. And one of them is to implement long-term planning cycles for upgrades, restoration, and replacement. So, you know, as the sewage treatment plant continues in terms of its operations, you know, there are opportunities potentially to make small incremental investments to save on cost areas there, which we'll go into a little bit more. The second item is to identify and pursue different funding opportunities that are based on green initiatives and infrastructure development. And there's a whole bunch of opportunities here, but we focus on a couple of key ones that might have direct ties to the goals of what the sewage treatment plant can approach. And then the third is you know, supporting for and identifying ways to create demand and support for intensification efforts to help build some of that capacity. And so we'll go into a little bit of how some of the developments that are happening within Dysart can align with this really well, and identifying some of those opportunities through intensification efforts to increase the capacity for the future. One additional item for this is that this particular initiative can work with the potential geotube project coming down. We understand that Dysart is looking at geotube dewatering efforts, which have been quite successful in other areas such as Eganville. And so, you know, there's a really great opportunity for these to play off of each other to deal with sewage.
Just looking at time, I'm going to get right into the improvement options.
Good idea, Chris. And I'll try to keep it short. So for the first item for long-term asset planning, what we identified was that the relationship between the contractor who manages it and between Dysart staff is really good. And it's really great to see such a great relationship. Currently, every couple of years, the contractor will indicate, you know, there needs to be an upgrade here or replacement there. And again, that's really great. There might be opportunities to further that by doing a little bit more long-term asset planning, and we'll go into a little bit of why that's a good idea, as well as for funding and sustainability. We'll go a little bit into how to leverage funding sources and build up infrastructure. So for the long-term asset management planning, what we just wanted to call out here is, you know, if asset management was looked at a 5 to 10 year time frame versus like every couple of years as it is today, there's an opportunity to identify incremental investments that can be made that would help save costs over the long term. So you can see in the graphs, for example, you let an asset go to the end of its value life and then did a major investment to replace it versus doing incremental investments over time, there's a great opportunity to kind of save costs over the long run, and there's a lot of great benefits here. And to plan out would allow for greater insight into what the investments are and allow for shorter approval times, because the plan would be in place so that when it is brought forward to make an investment, it already is very clear where it's coming from and why it's happening. So it's just really great cost saving potential there. So internal funding sources to address issues. Of course, there's a ton of different funding opportunities that exist. We decided to focus on FCM possibilities and Transfer Payment Ontario grants that are available. And these ones focus specifically on green funds or green streams as it relates to improving environmental projects or environmental improvement projects. So for the FCM, there's a green municipal fund that exists. There's different areas of investment depending on the funding application. It could either be applied through a study project or a capital project with different funding situations that could be leveraged. The importance for Dysart here is, it was identified that with the sewage, there were different areas across Dysart that could have really good possibility for investment. One of them was in Lake, I'm going to say Lake Cache, that's what I've heard it referred to. It's a pretty big word. And the water quality there's some potential to improve that. So it could be a good investment possibility. With Transfer Payment Ontario, they have a green stream. No, that's okay. They have a green stream possibility. And again, this is for infrastructure development. And then there's a likewise opportunity here for a grant. So there's the second item would be through community improvement plans. There's two different ways that this could go about. There's either grants, loans, and lands under Section 28 of the Planning Act, which is basically to have different improvement plans or infrastructure developments over a specified period of time with good funding arrangements. And then the second one is to identify brownfield areas, which are basically abandoned sites that are causing potential environmental issues. So if there are areas where this is the case and there are some environmental impacts as it relates to water and sewage, there's an opportunity to potentially identify these and go through that stream. So conditions for Dysart is, there needs to be an identification of what those opportunities are, and then the right CIP application could frame around trying to improve or develop infrastructure to be able to support this. Another area around this as well when it comes to construction is what we determined is that it'd be great to have different residences or otherwise, or buildings or recreation join on to the sewer system. But because of the fact that it's a heavy investment, both to actually install the system as well as to change or do some construction work on the roads to enable that is quite cost prohibitive. So that's why these grants and loans are going to be able to help potentially support that work. So lastly, intensification and sustainability of the sewage treatment plant. So what we just wanted to show is we took a look at the Dysart official plan and economic development plan summary and just pulled out some key points as to what some of the development areas are. And what we want to do is cross-reference that with as these plans continue and as these opportunities are taken advantage of, there might be ways to cross-reference or to include construction work that supports the development and implementation of expanded sewer lines so that they could increase the capacity. So for example, seasonal dwellings, there's continuing to grow there. They make up almost 63.4% of all dwellings. As property ownership and as different investments are made into construction, like we talked about earlier, cottage residents who are building new units, there might be an opportunity to position or to support attachment to the sewer line, and identifying these would be very valuable. There's some also additional economic development opportunities, such as new businesses, increased agricultural and forestry development, recreational residence development, and all these require either clean water or additional, or could have the additional capacity put on a sewer system. And so as these come up, there are opportunities to position and add that capacity. And so this is kind of something that needs to be tracked over time and leveraged. So overall, we have a high-level implementation plan. In terms of creating the long-term asset management plan, be done through year 1 and then implemented. And then for assessing funding, just over time, there'd be an assessment, an application, and an implementation. There's a lot of funding right now on green initiatives and supporting infrastructure development. So there's a lot of opportunity there. So hopefully that was a good rapid fire going through it. So happy to take questions.
That was good. That was fast. I just have one more comment on page 59 under the considerations for community improvement plan for Dysart, and it says need to confirm whether the north shore of Lake Keshagawigmog could qualify. The sewer line already does go down the north shore. So did you mean the south shore?
I think there was additional capability on the north shore for that versus the south shore, but I can go back and just verify and if there's any changes to be made, okay, definitely.
And as well as there's lots of spurs within the village proper, right here in the town, where like going up Riverside, it only goes so far, and going on Pine Street, it only goes so far. And yeah, there's lots of Grass Lake Road. There's lots of which are all, nothing's easy to connect to, but there's certainly how can we get these little spurs that might hit 20 people here and 20 people there, but it is part of that intensification. So I think we have to look at that as well. When we talk about community improvement plan, but they could be very localized to these 20 houses on this section.
And to add to that as well too, if there's additional businesses that are being developed, if you look at the ERUs or the equivalent residential units, there's a lot more capacity potential in a business or in a large infrastructures than just a residence. So as that continues to go, and as there's additional economic development in those areas, this is great potential to add capacity to the system.
Absolutely, except the multi-residential, like the condos. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Again, a topic that is of great interest and a lot of wonderful information in your report here. There is still a theme in a couple of places that concerns me or kind of raised questions in my mind. Right off the bat, the statement there, the customer base is too small to make this a cost neutral service. And then later on, there's a statement that moving funding sources from the tax base. My understanding of this existing system, although it is not fully utilized, it is fully funded by its users. So it's operated on entirely on a cost recovery basis. The capital to develop it was, borrowed and is paid back through those usage charges, and that it's not a burden on the tax base. And then so I'm concerned that your report suggests otherwise. And as I said, that's inconsistent, and it would obviously be unfair for this to be a burden on the tax base, because most of our taxpayers pay directly and personally for the cost of sewage disposal. It's called a septic system, and they don't get a tax subsidy. And I think I know that the folks in the area of the village that are serviced by this system pay a surcharge for it on their taxes, and it's not part of the tax base. So I thought Barbara was on here. Barbara Swinell, our treasurer. Is she on this call?
I believe she's listening in. We could pull her up to discuss, or just for sake of time, we'll let Maggie speak to that, and we can get more answers internally after this meeting, if that's okay, John. You've raised them, and I believe Barbara's listening. So maybe Maggie, if you want to answer. Sure.
Yeah, just as long as I don't want the public perception. I don't want a public report like this and a public perception that the taxpayers are subsidizing a service that is used and is available, frankly, to a small portion of our population. And I don't believe that's accurate, because we've talked about it a number of times.
Mm-hmm. It's a great question. I think what it refers to is, yes, the sewer system is a user-based pay system. I think what some of the challenges may come about when it comes to the capacity is that there are outlying effects, secondary, tertiary effects that may impact what you'd call the tax base, but it wouldn't necessarily be like a direct burden on anybody. But to move people onto a user-based pay system means that you remove some of those secondary and tertiary risks that are existent. So if what we can do though is maybe adjust the language to reflect that a little bit better, to ensure that there is no confusion to say that it is a burden directly on the tax base.
And
yeah,
I don't want to say that if it's accurate. If you've uncovered something in your study to suggest taxpayers are subsidizing this system through their property taxes, I'd be interested in knowing that, because that's completely contrary to what is told to us each year at budget time, and even each month when we get the usage reports on the system.
So I'm apologies. I'm trying to look into our numbers right now on the fly, and probably I'm not going to be able to dig it up in the time that we've got right now. But we can get back to you with the exact numbers utilized to calculate that. Our understanding, and as we went through this, is that if you account for both the operating and capital costs of the sewage treatment plant, that it will be require funding from the tax base, which is precisely the reason that we wanted to make sure that there were strategies in place to make sure that that was minimally or not the case over the longer term. So what we'll do is, like, as with some of the other items here, is we'll pull the numbers again. We'll make sure that they reflect what reality is on the ground, and then we can provide that in more detail.
Okay, yes, because we won't be able to get that done in this time, but also no matter what the costs I think one of the important points is that we should be doing some long-term planning at the facility that we have, not just sort of year to year, and maybe our the company that monitors that for us is doing that a little bit, but we're not fully aware. And it's similar as we're doing our roads, or 1 year we might have something, they might come to us and there's only $100,000 worth of some repairs and capital costs, and the next year it's 150. So really, what's that flat line that we should be putting in 125,000 every year, so that we're riding those things. We're not waiting, fixing this pump here and that pump there. And the other thing is to get more people on the system, and for whether it be lake health or financial benefit to balance. The more users pay, the more users that are on the system, the better the system is. So, and we'll get clarification on the other for Councillor Smith and for all the councillors. Okay, any other questions on that before we go to roads? We don't need to talk about roads too much, do we?
I'll be quick. I'll just do a high level sum. That's right. It's an exciting digital transformation, which maybe not be so exciting. I'll try to be really quick on this. The idea here in speaking with staff is that there's just a lot of legacy manual processes in place that can take away from accomplishing different things that in the roads department and can take a lot of time away. And so what the idea here was, was I'm looking on different improvements from a digital perspective that can help to offset some of those administrative functions. And so we kind of broke those out into 3 different categories. On the fleet digital improvements, there's an expansion of the AVL or automatic vehicle location. Right now it is in place for some trucks and definitely implemented for the winter, but there's an opportunity to expand that to summer and to all trucks. And the AVL system in terms of tracking is a very valuable tool. Forward-facing vehicle cameras. Actually, Chris, can you go down a couple slides to the overarching one? That probably is a good one to look at. Yeah, this one. Okay. And so, thank you. So, and then there's also the front-facing cameras. So, one of the things that we heard is that there are some trucks that have had some accidents happen in terms of just falling off the road for whatever reason, and so it'd be good to have some cameras in place that will help to track that and to identify, is there a specific issue that's happening in specific locations? What are some changes that need to be made just to help get some increased data, as well as to ensure that there's any issues that may come up from a challenging legal perspective or otherwise, that there's justification and support in terms of supporting gross burden. For the card lock system, this is the largest investment, but it has a big impact. Right now, a lot of the diesel tracking and stuff like that is done manually, as well as there's kind of roundabout ways to get it. There's a potential to centralize this into an area that's dedicated to the trucks, as well as to help improve the tracking of diesel that's taken out. And so that can have a lot of different savings, as it's a pretty large administrative task to try to cross-reference and identify where some reporting differences may be. The second area is on the administrative, and there's 3 areas here. For WMIS updates, they happen every 2 years, but it's a really large administrative burden because there's a 4-inch thick binder that you have to go page by page to update. And so there are automatic systems that can do that for staff, and that would reduce a huge administrative burden. For work order tracking, right now there's one mechanic that has to manage and track everything. I think there's about 30 pieces of equipment, maybe more, and that's a lot of tracking to do when everything's done on hand and by paper. So there's a potential to have a system in place that will greatly reduce the administrative burden. And then training records management as well. Everything currently is done in a paper-based fashion. To have a system to track and manage and direct people towards training in an online way will also help a lot with coordinating everything when it comes to training. Lastly, from a procurement perspective, right now, obviously there's a big focus and a great focus on supporting local contractors and making sure that they are able to bid on any procurement items that are gone out. But right now, in order to support that, there's a lot of paper, like newspaper ads and things like that go out, which can be a pretty big cost in terms of having things printed and sent. As well, too, there's a lot of administrative tasks when it comes to coordinating with the local municipalities to make sure that they're able to apply and do things through the bids and tenders process. And so to have a bids and tenders access for local contractors through an online system will greatly help to improve that. So those are kind of the different areas that we're looked at in the very top of the summary.
Okay, so we'll open it for questions, comments. Anybody? Okay, well, I think that one.
I think Pat has a question or a comment.
For some reason, he's not on my screen. I've dragged it over, but he's not there. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, that I can't see you.
Okay, thank you. A couple of comments. The card lock system you have here priced at $100,000. Did you do any investigation into talking to suppliers who provide this service for nothing? This came up at the county as well, similar cost, and I haven't heard the outcome, but I had more than one contractor supply me with information that they went to a card lock system that the fuel supplier provided at no cost. So that's something that we need to investigate at our level. The other was 2 things: the work orders. If we decide to go with the AVL expansion, I believe there's extra pieces in that software that actually will notify our mechanic then when vehicles are due for maintenance as they come up, whether it's an A, B, or C. So that could be incorporated in the AVL cost rather than a separate work order tracking system. And the training records, I believe we already have an e-learning portal. And I believe that e-learning system already would track records of certificate renewals and that kind of thing. I'm not sure if we have that capability, but it may not necessitate a separate records management system. Thank you.
So I don't know if one of the strategy core staff, if Maggie, if you want to take that, or Tamara, is there anything you want to add to that?
Just in general about the software for the training, you're correct, Pat, that we do have that. It's been a struggle from a staffing end and just from time to get that up and rolling and training staff on it. We haven't really implemented that ourselves yet. But
yeah, that's the point that I don't think we need additional software management to be able to do that part of this. I think that was my point.
Yeah, we may already have something in place that would add on to this. And any comment from anyone regarding, is there such a thing as a maybe enter into a very long-term contract for purchasing where a supplier actually installs the card lock system. Have you heard of any of that?
So Maggie here, I can jump in on some of them. So we also heard as well, I think we added in for the records management system that there's a possibility to buy new, as well as potentially to add on to the systems already in place. So we did cover both. It's just more of a decision point, as you pointed out, which one to go with, depending on administrative costs and time to do it versus doing it net new. So there's some consideration there. If that hopefully helps to cover that one.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose internally that would be up for our own municipal staff to determine if there's such a thing as a, if not the covering the full cost of the card lock, but certainly to participate in the implementation.
Yes, and Mayor Rose is a great point. So for the card lock system, what we also thought is to have a new card lock system that's not necessarily considered to be shared through an agreement or otherwise with neighboring municipalities may be a difficult expenditure. So there was an opportunity to consider maybe having it in a location that would enable some sharing so that you could share the burden of it. And so that's also a future consideration for Dysart as it thinks to implement this.
Okay. So any other questions or comments in this category? Councillor Smith?
Thanks. And so Maggie, I don't know if you'd answer this question or not. Some ideas or concepts here in terms of whether they're quick wins or lower priorities. But one of the things I was hoping to see with roads, because as Andrea alluded to, roads is an area that there's a lot of discussion, debates, different perspectives. Because we spend about 30% of our budget right now on roads, and many of our residents are still very unhappy with the condition of roads, and so one of the things I was hoping in this study would maybe give us some indication of how we're doing compared to other municipalities. So is that 30% high? Is it low? Obviously, it's impacted to a very great extent by the amount of roads we've got. So we've got roughly 300 kilometers of roads that we're responsible for. About 2/3 of them are hardtop, and 1/3 are gravel surface. How does that compare to other municipalities? What is our cost of maintaining our hardtop roads compared to, per kilometer, if you like, compared to other municipalities that have a similar distance of hardtop roads that they need to maintain? And so I was hoping to get some of that kind of information from this report, just as you benchmarked landfills against other municipalities. And I don't know if you had any of that data, or if you examined that, or if that was solely behind these initiatives that you've laid out here. But any of that kind of information that you could share, I think, would be very helpful to council in terms of guiding its commitment to roads going forward, and understanding how efficient we are, and where we could be focusing in terms of improving.
Yeah, for sure. And two things on that, because I think it's a great question, is similarly to some of the other ones, given that we had the overall Halliburton collective sharing service delivery review assessment, I think one of the things that had come up was that in previous conversations as it relates to all the municipalities. And so that's an area that's being explored. And then in addition, the focus was on digital, but I know, my colleague Jamin as well has some potentially additional thoughts on that as well. And Jamin, I'll let you.
Yeah. So, I mean, to Maggie's point, roads is something that we are looking at regionally in the other review, in terms of what is the most efficient way of deploying the resources for all of the Halliburton municipalities to better manage the costs associated with roads. Again, I'm sort of flipping my attention between going back into the current state report and the benchmarking information versus what we looked at here. 32% is not vastly out of line with some of the comparators in similar geographies that we've looked at. In some cases, we've worked with municipalities that the budget impact of road maintenance at the lower tier is up to 60% at the very sort of negative end of things. And so it is a focus area because it's a large expense in every municipality and a growing one. We focused because we're looking at the sort of regional impact of different models for doing road maintenance in the Halliburton wide study. We focused instead on what are the operational improvement initiatives that we could look at within Dysart specific initiatives, so that we could make sure that we were looking more at the road networks as a whole in the other study. So, once again, we can go back to the current state and pull the benchmarking information and giving you the information about how the costs associated with Dysart's road maintenance versus its comparators and the other municipalities in Halliburton look like. That's not an issue for us to pull together to provide for you. And I think it's probably in an appendix in our current state report, but certainly we can pull the actual figures for you to provide for information.
Thank you, Jamin.
That'd be terrific. Thank you. Because as I said, it is an area of considerable concern to many in our community, and a frequent debate around our council table, even this virtual one. So I greatly appreciate that information, and good to know that some communities are spending up to 60%. The objective is not to drive this to the lowest possible number. Nor is it you want to be at the highest possible number. You want to deliver a great service to the community. And so some of those metrics that tell us how we're doing relative to others in terms of the degree or the quality of service that we're delivering would be most helpful. Thank you.
Okay. And I think you go ahead, John Matheson.
Just to add very briefly, Councillor Smith, the really troubling thing about the whole municipal sector in Ontario is that since about 1996, there have been multiple efforts at intermunicipal benchmarking. What they have demonstrated is that benchmarking is the beginning of a conversation that lets you say, boy, I wonder if this means anything, but it can never be the end of a conversation. Because of course, how much you spend on roads this year has everything to do with how much you spent on roads for the last 10 years. And similarly, how much one of your neighbors is spending this year or next year has everything to do with how much they spent for the last 10 years. And so the way we try to use benchmarking is we look for anything indicative that comes out of it that might say, boy, why are we out of line? But ultimately, the most important comparators are how much better you're doing when compared against yourself. Because nobody else has got your weather conditions or the fact that somebody built a crappy road in 1937 that you've been nursing along for the last 80 years, and you're going to have to pay for it sometime, and so on. And so, what the whole municipal sector has found is that benchmarking is challenging, and there's been a lot of resistance to it, frankly, from the sector, because sometimes it sends you in the wrong direction. But it's absolutely good as an indicator of what might be afoot. And that's what we use it for. But then, like Jamin was saying, we try to drive down into stuff that you can actually control, which is how you do what you do to make it better next year. That's the relationship between benchmarking and these kind of operational improvements.
Yeah. And that's an excellent message to state at the end of our session today, because it really goes to all departments. When you benchmark, say with roads, you may end up with that municipality that spends 60%, doesn't have an arena, maybe has one landfill, and a completely different situation. So it's not apples to apples. It's really hard to find any two municipalities that are exactly the same. So I fully agree with John Matheson there, is to make sure you're benchmarking against yourself and sort of that 5 and 10 years, and where are you going and where are you planning on going in the future, and ensuring that that's in the right direction. So, and also I think when the county plan comes out, a lot of detail and how Dysart fits in with its name. Even that being said about benchmarking, you'll see where we fit in within a lot of different service departments with our neighboring municipalities. So we're very close to being on time, which is pretty darn good considering this is a big meaty document with an enormous amount of work at every level, particularly strategy core doing the work for us, but also, as I said earlier, the commitment from staff and counselors to participate in the interviews. So what I'd just like to ask John Matheson is, what are our next steps? We adopt this, and so can you lead us what's next?
Oh, you're on mute, John.
Yeah, unmute.
Obviously, well, you know, there's a lot of stuff here that would need to be considered by council. So we wouldn't recommend that you do anything other than receive this. And then it would be to staff to come back and bring you reports on each one of these things for you to consider more fully. Certainly, you know, you'd never want to make decisions about 7 meaty things as big as this on the strength of 2.5 hours. But what we hope this will be is a foundation for a series of report backs. We're happy to work with your CAO to answer all of the questions that were raised today, that we have follow-ups for you, but also any other ones that may arise, you know, in the next little while coming out of this to help facilitate that. And, you know, our main message to you would be this. This is a menu. It's a menu of ideas for you to use over time. You won't want to try and implement all of them simultaneously. It'll be up to you what makes the most sense, and that's really where your strategic planning is likely to fit into some of this. And, you know, for some of them, you may say, well, that's a good recommendation, but we'd actually want to go further. Or in others, you may say, well, that's an aspirational recommendation, but let's start with baby steps. And, you know, that's why you're counsel and we're just consultants. All we wanted to do was give you a great menu of things that could be positive. But you know, what you do with it, whether you say there's greater ambitions that you'd like to achieve, or whether you think we've caused you to overreach, honestly, as long as you and your staff team are doing the thinking about it, we'll be delighted to see you putting it to use, and you'll make the right decisions about what to do with it specifically, because you know the local circumstances, but at least you know with some fresh external eyes that there's some opportunities for you to work on collectively and continue doing positive things with your team.
Well, thank you very much for that. And thank you to all your staff to get us to where this is today. I do have a resolution that acknowledges receipt of the final report. And it's great to know that this isn't goodbye, that you're there for support to facilitate as we go forward with these steps. It's a fabulous menu. I'm hungry. That's the analogy. I hope the other counselors feel a level of excitement when they see this. The other thing is, just in really layman's terms, general terms, this was really easy to read. We read an awful lot of documents that are not so easy to read, if you know what I mean. They can be very dry, and this was something that was a page turner. But it just the language that you use, how you express it, the overall presentation was excellent as well. So I think those are okay last words. I see lots of nods. We're going to take a break. We come back into session at 1 o'clock. So I'll ask council to make sure they're at their chairs, desks, bedrooms, basements, wherever they are, to be ready at about 10 to 1 if they can get back in. So I will need a mover and a seconder to receive this report. Councillor Smith and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the final report of the Dysart et al. Service Delivery Review from Strategy Corps. All in favor? And that is carried. Thanks again, John, Chris, Jamin, and Maggie for all your work to date. And I'm also, as a county councillor, looking forward to when we see that. And I encourage Dysart councillors to follow that along as well. You can zoom in and watch on that one. Okay, so council is now in recess, and we'll resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Oh,
Sorry. I just started the live stream.
okay. We are live. So hope you enjoyed your lunch. We are back from our recess, and the first item of business is actually to adjourn the special meeting to go into the public meeting. So I need a mover and seconder, please, to adjourn the special meeting. Councillor Wood Roberts, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the special meeting of council at 1:01 p.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider the following: a zoning bylaw amendment, lands of Barber on Canisius Lake, roll number 060-000-00327, concession 1, part lot 1 and 2, part shore, road allowance plan 588, lot 57, part block O, West Shore Court, and registered plan 19R 7840, parts 3 to 5, registered plan 19R 8117, parts 3 to 6, geographic township of Havelock in the municipality of Dysart et al. Also zoning bylaw amendment, lands of 2327568 Ontario Incorporated, roll number 012-000-73329, part lot 12, concession 9, part 29, plan 19R 2953, and zoning bylaw 2005-120 general review. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Just for the record, I'm noticing that we are missing Councillor Donaldson, and I guess, okay, so just you guys can let me know, or you look after when she joins the meeting. So we are now in the public portion of the meeting. Are we going to bring in our planning, Jeff and Chris? We'll just wait till they join the meeting. And Kim. Okay, so the first item is the zoning bylaw amendment for lands of Barber. I'm not sure, sorry, which staff. Chris, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm getting an echo, so I don't know if anybody else is getting an echo with their, no, okay.
Probably your office is very close to this. We're going to just close the door into the council chambers as your office is adjacent to it. And we also have Kim Roberts joining us. Thank you, Kim, on this application. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Perfect, thank you. So this is for the lands of Barber. Staff have not received any oral or written comments related to this application. The subject property is located off of West Shore Road on Canisius Lake in the geographic township of Havelock. The owner is proposing to construct a dwelling in the existing waterfront residential WR4 zone, which is permitted. However, the owner will need to construct a septic system and therefore is proposing to expand the waterfront residential zone into the open space exception zone to permit the septic system area for the proposed dwelling and to construct an accessory structure. The zoning bylaw defines sewer systems as structures and therefore are not permitted within the OS zone, and therefore the rezone for this to waterfront residential. Based on the current split zone, the subject property, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would see the zone change to the portion of the open space exception zone to waterfront residential zone. Council will only consider an application for the development or site alteration on adjacent lands to significant natural heritage features as defined in section 5.3.4.4 of the official plan, where it has been demonstrated through an environmental impact study that there will be no negative impacts on the natural features or their ecological function. The owner employed the expertise of Riverstone Environmental Consulting which prepared the site evaluation to support the application. And based on the site evaluation dated June 2020, the proposed rezoned area will not cause any negative effects on the ecological function of the land. The zoning amendment, as mentioned, would change the zone for the subject property from waterfront residential WR4 and open space OS-1 exception zone to the waterfront residential 4 and open space OS1 exception zone in order to permit the proposed septic sewer system and accessory structure. The proposal is consistent with the applicable policies, including the provincial policy statement, official plan, and zoning bylaw by protecting and preserving the waterfront features. Staff support the recommendation as outlined in the report, and that concludes the summary of this application.
Okay, thank you for the summary. And we do have Kim Roberts with us today, who is speaking on behalf of the applicant. Kim, is there anything you want to add to that?
It was a wonderful overview. Thank you, Chris. Essentially, the crux of this is that Mr. Barber wishes to avoid having to cut a large stand of hemlock trees that's kind of to the just to the sort of northwest of where his proposed building is. So the intention is to put the septic a little further back on the lot where there is slightly more cover in terms of soil out on the point as well. It's a little rockier, which is pretty common on that side of Canisius Lake. So the intention here is to have everything that we're proposing to add to this be set back appropriately. Both the garage and the tile field will be 100 feet from either shoreline, because there is a bit of shoreline in on the south because this is a peninsula. And we feel like this is kind of the best option to allow Mr. Barber to construct the home that he would desire to build without having to do a lot of cutting within that 20-meter setback that he's already permitted to have. We've had an environmental professional come out and Mr. Shaw found no concerns in terms of constructing a tile field back in this area on the open space zone. And I'm happy to answer any questions if council have them.
To the councillors, are there any questions or concerns about this? Seems everybody's done all their homework on this. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, just clarification, Kim, I think more than anything. So the A and B designations on the septic fields on the sketch that's provided, that's from the original subdivision when you had to provide 2 or more septic installations. Is that my interpretation?
There's an interesting story with how this lot came to look like this lot. Initially, when these lots were created, so we're looking at lot 57 and then lot 58 to the south, those were the whole of the lot. And as we know, we don't permit subdivisions on lake trout lakes to have itty bitty lots like that anymore. So actually what had happened is when Mr. Barber had added the portion of block O to his ownership there, a site development plan had been produced to kind of show how things would fit. The septic sort of B that we're showing back in the area to rezone had been shown on there because at one point you could put a septic on a regular OS zone several zoning bylaws ago. So what had happened is Mr. Barber had sort of gone into the design phase and we wanted to put the septic there, and then we realized that as an OS type 1, it permits no structural development whatsoever. So we're just amending to put it, but this is essentially where that septic was shown to Patricia Martin back, I think in 2011 when they were looking at it previously. But under the current zoning bylaw designation there, you are not permitted to have any structural development, including a tile field. So that's why we're making the application.
Okay. Thank you very much for clarification.
Any further questions to that? Okay, so no further questions on that. That'll come back later for the bylaw. So I guess we'll move into item 2, which is a zoning bylaw amendment for the lands of 2327568.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, I'm still getting feedback, so it's a little bit delayed on my end. Going through this, so I'll just go through this application here.
Okay.
So staff have not received any oral or written comments related to this application. The subject property is located off of Industrial Park Road within the geographic township of Dysart. The applicant recently purchased the property located at 135 Industrial Park Road and would like to operate the recreational dance studio, which is not permitted use within the general industrial zone. The applicant is requesting a zoning bylaw amendment to permit the recreational dance studio within the general industrial zone. As per section 4.13.3 of the official plan, council will consider an application for development within 500 meters of a waste disposal site if the applicant provides a waste disposal site compatibility report as described in section 17.5.8 of the official plan. The application must comply with the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change D series guidelines, and in particular with the D4 guidelines. The applicant retained Hutchinson Environmental Science Limited to conduct the D4 land use assessment. Based on the D4 land use assessment report, the following mitigation measures were recommended. On-site water from existing well not to be used for drinking purposes, and any future wells on the property are not to be used for drinking water. Annual landfill reports by the municipality of Dysart should be provided to the property owner to confirm absence of landfill gases, and a CO2 monitor should be installed in the building's basement. With the D4 land use assessment report and council previously waiving the site plan control for this property, the proposal is consistent with the applicable policy, including the provincial policy statement and official plan. Staff support the recommendation as outlined in the report, and that concludes the summary for this application. If there's any questions.
Well, we do have the applicant here, and I know you've done an awful lot of work trying to get to this point, and you're probably really anxious to start instruction. I'm sure you have a lot of people who are ready to go. So would you like to add anything at this point? And just unmute. Okay.
There we go. Just again, how grateful I am to council for having our back on all of this, and that I'm open to answering any questions that anyone might have, as we went through in the previous meeting last month. So yeah, I'm an open book.
No, well, we'll see if there's any further questions. I know, like I say, it was a lot of work, but it does based on location, and you know, there's rules in government above us that we had to adhere to. So I know it was a little bit of a process to get to this, but I think you're this close now. So any other questions or comments from councillors? All right, and no other comments from the public has circulated. So so I think that's everything for that file. Okay, for the public portion of the meeting, that'll come back as a bylaw before the end of the day. And lastly, in our item C, which is our zoning bylaw general review. So Jeff, I think I'm going to let you start and update us of the process and where we are to date and walk us through it. And then we do have 3 registered people who can join in for questions and their comments after Jeff's. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So some background: on May 17th, 2018, the County of Haliburton approved the official plan for the municipality of Dysart et al. The official plan establishes an updated vision and policy framework to guide the growth and development within the municipality. And it also introduces new priorities for how the municipality will evolve. The municipality is now undertaking a review of its comprehensive zoning bylaw pursuant to sections 26(9) and section 34 of the Planning Act as amended. The review will result in an amendment to the zoning bylaw to ensure that the zoning bylaw conforms to that recently approved official plan, but also to ensure that the planning policies of the municipality are current and address the needs of the community. Notice of the electronic open house was circulated on July 21st, 2020. Notice of the electronic public meeting was circulated on September 1st of 2020. An advertisement was placed in the newspaper on both dates and is placed on our website as well. Attached to the report is a draft bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120. The draft bylaw includes the associated mapping schedules as well as the illustrations associated with the bylaw. A table showing all proposed amendments is also attached to the report. I've also included a document that basically summarizes the selected highlights. I will review the selected highlights for everybody now. Once I've summarized those selected highlights, I am going to read all the public comments received to date. So just bear with me for a second, and I'm going to go through the selected highlights of the proposed amendments. And if anybody following along wants to see all the proposed amendments, please please refer to the proposed amendments document for a complete listing. And these documents can also be found on the municipality's website. So the first selected highlight is backyard hens. A new definition and provision has been added for backyard hens to support the local food system as an economic driver and as a contributor to the quality of life within the community. The provisions create regulations that enable backyard hens within and around the villages and hamlets while minimizing the land use impacts on neighboring properties. Backyard hens are added as permitted uses in the urban and suburban residential zones. The next highlight is private cabin. A new definition has been added to clarify the intended use of private cabins for overflow sleeping and accommodation, and that they are not to be used for rental opportunities. The definition further clarifies that yurts are considered private cabins and that tents are not to be considered private cabins. Urban agriculture, similar to backyard hens, definitions and provisions have been added for urban agriculture to support the local food system as an economic driver. The provisions create regulations that enable various types of urban agriculture within and around the village and hamlet areas. The provisions are also designed to minimize the land use impacts on neighboring properties. Urban agriculture has been added as a permitted use in the urban and suburban residential zones and the urban and rural institutional zones. Non-complying structures, an amendment has been added to clarify the existing provisions that restrict the increase in height of legal non-complying dwellings located within 10 meters of the high water mark. Rafts, a new definition and provisions have been proposed for rafts to clarify the use and location of rafts, excuse me. And this is designed to protect the privacy and enjoyment of neighboring property owners and to minimize the effect on boat traffic. Rafts have been added as permitted use in the lakes and rivers zone. Yurts, a new definition has been proposed for yurts to clarify that the use and location of yurts as a private cabin and complying with the provisions of private cabins. Yurts have been added as permitted uses in the rural and rural residential zones. Inclined elevators have been proposed as a permitted use within a minimum setback area. In the rural zone, section 9.3C has been removed. This will effectively rezone all properties under this zoning to rural residential exception zone 5. The rural residential exception zone 5 permits the same uses and provisions as provided by section 9.3C and therefore should not have any impact on the development rights of the property owners. Firewood processing operations, new definitions have been proposed for firewood processor and firewood processing operations. This is to regulate the location and mitigate the impact of this use. Firewood processing operations will be subject to site plan control and have been added as a permitted use in the rural type 1, rural type 1L, general industrial and extractive industrial zones. Patios, a new definition has been added and provisions amended to regulate the size and location of patios, similar to decks with the intent of protecting the natural shorelines, lake health, as well as privacy of the neighboring property owners. Main building maximum gross floor area. In the waterfront residential zones, the provisions that regulated the maximum gross floor area of any one story has been removed to permit larger development in the waterfront areas. Building size will still be regulated by the provisions for lot coverage, shoreland lot coverage, main dwelling maximum percentage of lot, and the required setbacks. And lastly, provincially significant wetlands. The environmental protection zone boundary around Elephant Lake and Percy Lake have been updated to align with and include the provincially significant wetland boundaries as determined by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. So that concludes the selected highlights of the changes to the bylaw. Unless council would like me to review any of the other proposed changes, I can proceed to the public comments received to date.
I think that would be good, and then we'll take the people that have registered to speak.
Okay, and we've received a few comments. So again, I appreciate your patience. The municipality has received the following comments on the proposed bylaw. Staff received comments from Christine Legg on September 21st, 2020. I received further communication since the agenda was posting asking that I clarify her comments. I apologize to Ms. Legg and hope this reading is to her satisfaction. She provides the following comments and concerns. She has concerns with the definitions for water body and recommends that recommends the addition of a definition for water course, which would include a setback to all perennial and intermittent streams. She notes that the term water body was appealed to the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal, or LPAT, as part of an appeal to the municipality's official plan. She notes that during that appeal process, the municipality's solicitor and the planner for the County of Haliburton provided different and inconsistent interpretations. She is concerned that the existing definition is not interpreted consistently and that there is confusion that the water setback only applies to water bodies permanently covered by water. She further notes that if the defined term for water body is interpreted as per LPAT's decision, that she does not have any concerns with that definition. Further, she provides examples and notes that other lower tiers include a definition for water course that requires setbacks from intermittent streams and believes that it would be reasonable to include consistent, standardized definitions in all planning documents across the county. Ms. Legg makes references to the provincial policy statement, the PPS, which states that the official plans should coordinate cross-boundary matters and that a coordinated, integrated, and comprehensive approach should be used when dealing with planning matters. She again references the PPS and notes that planning authorities shall keep their zoning and development permit bylaws up to date with their official plans and the PPS. She notes that it would be beneficial for clear protection of our lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams, and she recommends that Dysart consult with Planscape regarding the defined term for water body and its related terms. Mrs. Legg further requests that the municipality add the defined term water setback to the bylaw and describe what a water setback is and clearly describe how the 30-meter water setback is measured from the high water mark. She further requests an illustration showing this setback. She references section 5.1.2 of Dysart's official plan, which states that the shoreline setback for an individual lot is defined in the implementing zoning bylaw as the water setback. She notes that the term water setback is not in the zoning bylaw and that the only term in the zoning bylaw is minimum water setback, which does not stipulate how the setback is measured. And lastly, the official plan does not refer to minimum water setback. Staff also received some comments from John Weinstein, who is the president of Inclined Elevations, to amend section 3.1b to permit inclined elevators as a permitted structure within the minimum water setback. Mr. Weinstein notes that stairways are approved in the official plan and zoning bylaw and within the setback, and provides his opinion and documents to support his position that inclined elevators are more environmentally friendly, have less of an impact on ground cover, vegetation, and wildlife than stairways. He notes that inclined elevators last much longer and are more accessible and safer to use than stairways. Peter DeYulio from Metropolitan Planning provided comments on September 17th, 2020. Mr. DeYulio notes that further to his previous comments that were discussed at the open house, that he is satisfied that the majority of the issues previously raised have been resolved to his satisfaction. He further clarifies that despite his initial support for inclined elevators as a permitted use in the water setback, due to concerns for potential height of these structures above the tree canopy, and that only one inclined elevator has been constructed to date. It is his opinion that they should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis by the Committee of Adjustment. Staff received comments from Dan Malloy. Mr. Malloy submitted comments and documents supporting his request to include tiny homes in the zoning bylaw. Staff have also received 3 calls supporting tiny homes with arguments centered on affordable housing and providing housing to service our aging population. Staff received comments from Andrea Hilo. Ms. Hilo submitted comments in supporting material regarding the environmental protection zone boundary around Elephant Lake. Ms. Hilo is concerned that the EP zone boundary does not match the boundary of Elephant Lake, York River, and Baptiste Lake provincially significant wetland complex, and is requesting that the mapping schedule be updated. Lori Wheeler provided comments on September 23rd, and she provides the following comments. Mrs. Wheeler believes that the required 7.5 meter setback for rafts and marine facilities are excessive and will result in existing rafts becoming non-conforming and also a potential increase in future minor variance applications. She further notes that 7.5 meter setbacks hinder lots that are pie-shaped, requiring these structures to be located in the center of their lot, making their waterfront less usable. Mrs. Wheeler notes that the other lower tiers within the county require only 4.5 meter setbacks for docks, and I'm not sure about rafts, but for docks, and questions the justification for Dysart's 7.5 meter setback. She further points out that the term floor area is not defined and that there is contradiction with the definition of raft and the definition of structure. Ms. Wheeler also notes that the definition for marine facility width is confusing, complex, and recommends that it be simplified. Lastly, Ms. Wheeler also provides concerns related to Council's decision to remove the provisions requiring dwellings in the waterfront to have a specific or a maximum gross floor area. She cautions that Council should consider the negative impacts this change could have on monster homes being constructed in established residential cottage areas, perhaps upsetting the character of these waterfront communities. She notes that Muskoka has a maximum habitable floor area for a dwelling, which includes all floors of around 700 square meters, which is 7,500 square feet. She references the small amount of building permits to construct large buildings in the municipality over the last 3.5 years and suggests that the minor variance process or a specific zone, maybe a specific zone in the waterfront might be appropriate for that. And lastly, this morning, staff received some comments from Lyle Donaldson with regards to minimum dwelling unit area. And I apologize, I am just looking for his comments right now. Oh, I seem to have found them. So Mr. Donaldson notes that he is submitting his email to show his support for the proposed reduction of minimum square footage for homes from 800 square feet and to better reflect the demand and needs of the people. He notes that 2 of the neighboring municipalities, both Hastings Highlands and Highlands East, have reduced their minimum to 385 square feet and 485 square feet respectively. He notes that we live in a time where people are cautious of the environment and their financial abilities. And he believes it's time to take a serious look at why that 800 square foot minimum was advocated for in the first place, and what the reasoning is for not lowering it to better reflect today's needs. So thank you. That concludes the public comments received. I now pass that back to you, Andrea, if you want to proceed to the public consultation portion of the meeting.
I do. I'm just for process, Jeff just helped me out. So those are the comments, but sometimes we would say the comments and then this is how we plan to address them, or we'll just that's up to council after. For instance, the last item that you just said, some of the other items are a little more complicated. When
I can go through them and provide my comments on them if you like. I do know that we have 3 attendees today that we might want to elevate when we discuss their comments.
Yes.
So I look to you how you want to proceed on that.
But just for point of the process though, so once the people that are waiting to speak, and if there's anyone else from the public, that I believe everyone had to pre-register to speak in order to be in the Zoom. Okay, so we do have the 3. When we close the public portion of the meeting, then will council have an opportunity to talk about reducing the minimum square footage and that type of thing? Yes.
Yes, certainly. All provisions are up for council discussion and consideration today. So yep, nothing is final and we can have that discussion.
Okay, Mallory?
There's an item under our planning section. So we can get this is the public hearing process where you guys really listen to what people have to say. And then we'll go into our item we'll close the public portion and we'll discuss it as a council, or you will discuss it as council.
Yes, yeah, no, that's what I just wanted to say, that so all those things that Jeff just said, right now is our opportunity to continue to listen to the public. We close the public meeting, and then councilors, unless there's clarification when one of the members of the public speak on that, and we will have an opportunity to make some changes. That's what it's all about. So we will bring, I believe Andrea Hilo was the first one that had registered to speak. So we'll bring you into the meeting and you unmute yourself. She's on the phone. And she's on the phone. Perfect. So I'm just waiting for. Okay, Andrea, you need to unmute the phone, but I believe you're online with us.
I think we might need to unmute it.
Oh, we have to unmute
for her.
Okay. We're just figuring that out.
And perhaps while we were waiting for Ms. Hilo, I could give my comments on her request.
Okay, but I don't know at this point whether she can hear. So we're just give it 1 second. It's because it's on the phone, and as Mallory stating, we need to unmute. What I can see right now is the phone number up, but with the mute signal on. It's not allowing us to do that. So Andrea, if you can hear me, I'm not sure how else she'll speak to her. Perhaps, is it possible to go to the next, and we can, maybe someone can contact Andrea Hilo, and we'll go to Christine Legg, who's waiting on Zoom. And I don't know, Mallory, if you have Andrea's contact, if maybe you can technically figure that out while we're still in the meeting, if possible. So we'll bring Christine Legg in. And hello, how are you? Welcome back. Just unmute yourself. There we go. And
hello.
Hi. So you were listening in as our planner read lots of your comments. So if you want to just add to that, or
okay. Jeff, I'd like to thank you for that summary. That covered pretty much everything. There's a few things that I would like to address. And I'd just like to say too, before I start, is thank you for the clarification for the lot frontage definition and the illustration showing the straight line measurement. Much appreciated. First, okay, so minimum water setback. I think you said everything that I have to address. With the defined term water body, I still find it very confusing. LPAT's decision states one thing, that it doesn't maybe I'll just read the definition of water body quickly. It's a lake, pond, river, stream, or any other area which is permanently covered by water. A water body does not include a human-made drainage or irrigation channel, lands that are seasonally covered by water, lands which may be subject to intermittent flooding. But in the LPAT decision, and the municipality solicitor said that I had misinterpreted that definition, that, and he, in the decision, it says a precise examination of the definition of water body in the Dysart official plan confirms that the words lake, pond, river, and stream are not, as the appellant suggests, to be qualified by or subject to the phrase permanently covered by water. So I had been informed in 2016 by Pat Martin that the water setbacks in the municipal zoning bylaw does not apply to intermittent streams. So when I read that definition, I see if it's not permanent, if a river or stream is not permanently covered by water, is it an intermittent stream and setbacks are required? So I guess I would just like to ask you, Jeff, if setbacks are required in Dysart from intermittent streams. The county's interpretation of this is quite different.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, thank you. So to clarify, the minimum water setback applies, as per the definition reads, to all lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams. And we always say all lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams as identified by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry as a water body. So it should be noted that the geographic information system data provided by the MNR for rivers and streams, that data actually includes it includes about 11,000 segments for rivers and streams. And out of that 11,000, about between 1,000 and 1,100 of those are considered intermittent streams in their data. So it's not necessarily true that we don't apply the setback to intermittent streams. We apply that setback to all lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams identified as water bodies by the Ministry of Natural Resources and other sources, whether they're surveys or site evaluation reports. As per the definition, the minimum water setback does not apply to land seasonally covered by water, which we interpret sometimes as things like seasonal runoff, and lands which may be subject to intermittent flooding, which could be the pooling of water. And again, I qualify that with unless identified by the Ministry of Natural Resources as a water body. And my understanding for the inclusion of lands not or seasonally covered by water or lands subject to intermittent flooding is due to concerns related to enforcing setbacks from something that is not always visible year-round or on site and is not mapped. So it kind of leaves staff without any method of determining the locations of these entities. And thank you, Ms. Legg, because you did provide some references to the other municipalities. So I did call the planner at one of the other lower tiers because they do require in their bylaw setbacks from intermittent streams. And I, based on our concerns, I asked them how they determine where these entities exist and was advised that they too rely on the MNRF data. So we're both using the same data to determine where water setbacks are required. I do want to note that with regards to your references to the LPAT hearing and decision, the arguments put forth with respect to water bodies, it is important to recognize that those arguments were in response to arguments made by you at the time of the appeal in your materials about consistency with the county's official plan and with the provincial policy statement. So in the end, there was two arguments provided back, one from the County of Haliburton and one from the municipal solicitor as to why those arguments were inconsistent and incorrect. So I just want to be careful. We're not looking at their comments as them trying to interpret or provide a clear explanation of what that definition means, but that was part of a hearing, and that was in response to material that was raised during that hearing. Does that explain anything? I'm happy to answer any questions.
Not really. The Highlands East, they have a defined term of water body, which means a navigable river or lake with a surface area of excess of 10 hectares. The County of Haliburton has the defined term in their shoreline bylaw, a body of water, which is the exact words of the defined term water body. So it's, and then the, as you stated already, the other three townships or municipalities, Minden, Algonquin Highlands, and Highlands East, they all have a definition in their zoning bylaws for a water course, which is defined as the natural channel for a perennial or intermittent body of water, including a lake, river, or stream. A body of water, natural channel for perennial intermittent stream. So they all refer to body of water from the County of Haliburton. I'm just saying there's a big, I can't understand anyways, there's confusion for me as to why one municipality has certain definitions, but they appear to mean different things in other townships and municipalities. And the decision for an LPAT was made based on, I think, my misinterpretation of the defined term for water body, that it's not only water features that are permanently covered. And I know you've referred to MNR. I'd be really interested in knowing how MNR determines if they're intermittent streams, or I know the Ontario base map shows permanent streams, but there's a lot of documentation that I have seen in the past with MNR, the Stream Permanency Handbook, the Lakes and River Improvement Act. But I don't know, do you have MNR come out and assess every time there is an intermittent stream? There has to be some kind of, the other three municipalities, their bylaws read that they have setbacks from water courses, which are perennial or intermittent streams.
Okay.
I guess.
However, in the long run, are we not all using the same mapping? It seems I know, Christine, you have done so much work on this, and you're more researched into it than I could possibly be, because this is sort of something that you are very, very interested in. But it sounds to me like it's the same thing from what I'm, well, very fine point of different, a little bit of different language. However, Jeff just informed us that they actually use the same mapping system. So I'm just trying
that's
to.
what I'm asking. I don't know what they use. I have seen a lot of documentation in the past, and I don't know how they determine that if it's an intermittent stream, and why the other municipalities and townships don't appear to have this done. I know Jeff said that he spoke to them, but their bylaw is very clear. And I guess if the definition of water body is as LPAT states it is, then there should be, if you read the County of Haliburton official plan, where it says develop and site alterations, including septic system tile beds, shall be set back a minimum of 30 meters from the high water mark of lakes, rivers, and streams. If a water body is a stream, which the municipality solicitor said it was, then there should be a 30-meter setback. We need clarification of the defined term water body. And I would like to see the defined term water course that addresses perennial and intermittent streams included in the zoning bylaw.
Jeff, do you?
Well, and I guess I don't know how to
I
provide
don't
more.
know, and how can we define them? How can we map them? How do we know that it's an intermittent stream isn't runoff from a heavy rain?
And that's what the municipality relies on, is I think most municipalities are relying on Ministry of Natural Resources as the entity that will tell us where these water bodies exist. And as we said, the water bodies includes all lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams. We don't require the MNR to come out and do an assessment on every property. However, our official plan does require during certain developments for site evaluation reports to be prepared for development. And if something is shown on these reports, then that is included. So yeah, I'm not sure what else to say. I do know you make reference to the provincial policy statement. What it requires is that the planning policy documents for lower tiers to comply with the policy documents above them in the planning policy hierarchy. And the municipality's official plan does comply with the county's official plan and the provincial policy statement. The one thing I want to clarify is, I know you may think there's some inconsistencies or that we don't coordinate across the 4 lower tiers or with the county, but I strongly believe that we do. Our verbiage in our policies may not be exact, but I think for the most part that the 4 lower tiers all have the same goal in mind. It's just not written in the exact same language based on the different planning consultants that wrote the documents.
I guess I would just like to state a couple of other items. The County of Haliburton Director of Planning was quite clear that an intermittent stream does not have the features, characteristics, nor should it be constituted nor recognized as a water body. But the municipality solicitor said that a stream is a water body. So we've got that difference there. Then we have, going back to the provincial policy statement, you know, it does state that we should coordinate cross-boundary matters. We have the same watersheds, and if, you know, in Dysart, someone is putting a septic system next to an intermittent stream because there is no required setback, that watershed is eventually flowing into neighboring municipalities or townships that do have requirements for intermittent streams.
And I understand and agree with those concerns, and we would apply that setback if we had documentation showing us that a water body did exist there. With regards to those comments on from the LPAT hearing, I do caution that those were up from an LPAT hearing and could be taken out of context as not. We weren't asking them direct questions to provide their interpretation of the definition of water body. Again, they were responding to arguments made as to why our official plan did not comply with the county's official plan and the provincial policy statement.
I could send you the solicitor's written documents that were supplied for the case management conference that states what a water body is.
Okay.
And how, but
right.
Okay. And again, I'll just say that Pat Martin did say there was no setbacks from intermittent streams. We are just concerned about our environment, and you know, doesn't appear to be much protection anyways for intermittent streams which flow into our lakes, and I just think we need better protection, and it has to be clear.
I think, yes. I was just gonna say, I think-
consistent with other
Yeah.
municipalities and townships.
And I think the standpoint of view that we're coming from is there are setbacks from anything that is mapped on the MNR. So there would be.
I don't know, I'm not aware that MNR maps intermittent streams. I do know that they have permanent streams, but I guess, you know, the stream next to us is mapped and setbacks have not been applied. So I didn't want to make it a personal thing here, but I just, you know, as you say that. So.
Okay, Jeff has one more thing, and I know there's something else you brought up, so I just want to move on to that. Jeff, on this?
Well, I was just going to say, we did look at the MNR data just during preparation for this meeting, and it's something you can go and look at. It's open source data. In that table, there is a field that says, and the title for that field is called permanency. And there's two different options in there, and permanent and intermittent. And they are defined, permanent is defined for more than 9 months a year, and intermittent is defined as less than 9 months a year. So I can assure you that it is mapped by the MNR, and we did look at it in preparation for this meeting. Staff are of the opinion that the policies do provide that clear direction, but we do look at I do look for council as the decision maker and the policy setter with regards to whether they want to include the verbiage intermittent stream in the bylaw.
Will council have a chance to talk about that? Christine, there was something else you talked about, high water mark or water setback and high water. Like,
well, they're just terms that are related to water body. And what I think Jeff misunderstood that a little bit. He said that I don't have any concerns with, or maybe I misunderstood. I don't have any concerns with the definition of water body if it's the way LPAT interprets it. But it was, I don't have any problems with the definitions of high water mark or shoreline if it's applied to the definition of water body, how LPAT interprets it. If it's interpreted as a permanent, only permanent waters, then, you know, it goes hand in hand with water body and shoreline. That's
okay. It's in reference to that.
And if I may, your Mayor, and this might help the situation. That is how we interpret it. So that qualification after the fact, which says or any other area which is permanently covered by water, is separate. So it's a lake. We require setbacks from, or a lake is a water body, a pond is a water body, a river is a water body, and a stream is a water body. Maybe that's what you're looking for an answer for.
Well, that's what the interpretation was at the LPAT hearing. But if somebody had said that, which I think was denied before the hearing, and it would have saved the taxpayers a lot of money, and it would have saved us a lot of money.
Yeah, we're not here today to talk about something that happened a couple of years ago. We are, you know, just to try to keep on track here for what the purpose of today's meeting. To not.
And that's why I'm really looking for a clear definition.
Okay.
It would have, you know, it would have helped out a lot of people.
Okay, so was there any other comment, or we've received that? Any questions from councillors to Ms. Legg? And if not, thank you. Oh, Jeff?
If I could just clarify one thing, I believe Mrs. Legg had some concerns with regards to how it was measured too. So I just want to how water setback is measured. And I just wanted to mention that it talks about that it's the least permitted distance between the high water mark and the nearest part of any structure. But right at the very beginning of the bylaw in section 1.3H, it indicates that all distances and areas in the bylaw are deemed to be in the horizontal plane unless indicated otherwise. Is that the answer you're looking for there?
Well, again, it would be nicer to have it clear that you look at that defined term and it's stated. Again, the defined term water setback is not in the zoning bylaw. And then minimum water setback is not in the official plan. You know, if it's stated that it is a defined term in the official plan, I would think it should be shown in the zoning bylaw. It's just these inconsistencies that are, you know, little baffling.
Okay, well, we'll review that comment after. Councillor Smith?
I have quite a number of questions I wanted to ask Jeff on this topic, but I think your process right now is simply to ask questions of the public delegation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so one question for Christine. You know, I don't have all the history of the appeal process you went through over the years, but it sounds like there's an intermittent creek stream near your place, at least in your perspective. And because of the definition issues, you didn't get to have it considered a stream, a water body. Did the MNR come out and look, or were you able to get the MNR to come out and have a look and make a decision as an inspector, as an expert on site? Is this an intermittent water body, is it not?
Actually, Pat Martin stated in documents that it was a permanent stream, and it's shown on the Ontario base map. MNR only came out after complaints from cottage owners that a developer was moving the stream. So they did come out, and then they stated that it's an intermittent stream. But meanwhile, they took a permanent stream and diverted it, and half of it is in one location and half of it is the other location. Both streams are running year round, and the one stream has a septic very close by.
Okay, so John and Christine, we're here to discuss definitions, and we're here to discuss our zoning bylaw today, not something that happened a couple of years ago. You respectfully ask for some clearer definitions. Councillor will have time to talk about that after. I really caution rehashing an LPAT hearing that happened 2 years ago.
Yep, I'm not doing that.
No, that's fair enough. And I'm cautioning Councillor Smith, so let's look at, do we have the definitions correctly to our satisfaction today that we're proposing for this general amendment? And so that we're getting it right in 2020, how we're comfortable with it. Councillor Smith.
All right, well, just another question, and I'm not trying to rehash the appeal or dispute or whatever happened. I'm trying to understand how something gets to be a water body. And it sounded like from Jeff's perspective that, hey, if it's shown in the MNR maps, whether it's permanent or intermittent, it's on the maps, it qualifies as a water body. And that's terrific. Then we can just say we're going by the maps. And if somebody doesn't like the map, if somebody thinks there's a water body that exists that's not on the map, presumably they could have the MNR come out and look at it and say, yeah, that's a water body, intermittent or permanent, we're going to add it to the map. Or no, it's not a water body, it's a hill in somebody's driveway that has water flowing down it when it rains. That's the kind of distinguish one from another. So the MNR presumably gets to make the decision, or at least the citizen has the opportunity to ask the MNR to make a decision as to whether it's a water body or not. And it gets determined by that quote expert on the ground, yep, as opposed to some theoretical definition.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, I think so. Jeff?
True, and where there are disputes, we do allow people to submit documents such as site evaluation reports or opinions from a qualified environmental consultant as to their opinion as to whether a water body exists. We've had it happen, as you may recall recently, where staff were of the opinion that a water body existed. The property owners thought that there wasn't. We were relying on the MNR, who said there was, and invited them that they could provide that from a consultant. So yes, that option is available. Whether the MNR will do it we'll leave that up to the MNR, but there are private professionals that will do that too.
And so that the opinion of that private professional could drive the decision as to whether or not it's a water body.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chris, you'd like to weigh in, please?
Yeah, I would just like to just sort of comment too, just working other municipalities, even over in Muskoka, is that, yeah, that's exactly sort of how it's conducted. Is if there's something in question, then it's either the MNR can weigh in on that, or through an environmental consultant. That's typically what I've seen through many municipalities of how it's addressed. So just wanted to kind of clarify that as well.
Appreciate that, Chris, as a different viewpoint from other areas. So was there any other comment, Christine? Anything different? I really thank you for your time and for your written and oral submissions and following our process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to our next registered delegate, which is Lori Wheeler. And Jeff referenced her comments earlier, so we have a little bit of an update there, and we're just waiting for Lori to come. Hi, Lori. Just unmute. There you go. Okay, so you have the floor.
Okay. I'm not sure whether council has before them the actual. Sorry.
Lori, I'm just going to ask you to turn your volume up or get closer to your microphone.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for having me.
Still awfully quiet.
I've got my volume up as high as it'll go.
That helps. Thank you.
I don't know.
No, that made a difference. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thanks again. I'm not sure whether council has before them the email that I sent or just the summary done by staff.
It was included. Your email was included in the agenda, Lori.
Okay, because the summary, I'm really talking about two different issues. I was brought into this issue relating to rafts and marine facilities by the town threatening me and saying I had to move my dock. And we had a disagreement with respect to the definition. And this is where, you know, like the last presenter, it needs to be very clear in the zoning bylaw what's what, or else you get, you know, these arguments going on. The bylaw has now, the proposed bylaw changes the definition of raft, which resolves the issue with respect to my dock, which I presume is now legal non-conforming. But there are still issues there in a broad sense, and I'm coming at this as a former professional planner. And I see an issue in that, for example, rafts didn't used to have any setback requirement, and you are now adding a 7.5 meter setback requirement from the extended lot line. And I'm wondering, you know, why would you do that? In addition, marine facilities now currently have a 7.5 meter setback, which is significantly greater than the other municipalities in Haliburton. And between that and the definition of marine facility width is very difficult for anyone with a small lot to comply with, especially if you have a large beach. I don't think I could have a dock at all at the end of the season under the current provisions, except that my dock is legal non-conforming. So I'm just warning you that these changes from 0 to 7.5 for the raft, and the existing condition of 7.5 when other municipalities have 4.5, perhaps those are excessive and not appropriate in some instances. The other issue that I noted, and again, it doesn't directly relate to me, but I just flagged it and I thought, why is the municipality doing this? The bylaw currently, if for all waterfront residential zones, has a 372 square meter gross floor area maximum for any story, and you're taking that out or proposing to take that out for all waterfront lots throughout the municipality. The potential here is for major buildings to go up within, I don't know, 7.5 or the interior lot. The interior lot line, I think, is 4.5 or 7.5. You could have a massive building go up, which is totally out of context or out of character with the surrounding lake community. And you have official plan policies that speak to protecting the character of the lake shore. And I don't know why you would want to allow large residential uses anywhere they want to go. With a setback of 7.5 meters on a 2-acre or 10-acre lot, you could have a huge building and still meet all of the requirements of the bylaw. And that is a building that would not have been permitted if you kept at the 372 square meter or some other appropriate maximum in the zoning bylaw. So I'm just wondering, why are you going there? Why are you encouraging these large buildings which are potentially out of character? Right now, you're able to look at them on a case-by-case basis through minor variance. And anyways, those are my two main submissions.
No, that's excellent and very clear. So they're very separate. So I think we'll deal with the first issue first, which was the rafts, and we had no setback before. So Jeff, I can throw it back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, staff request direction from council on how to proceed with the required setbacks. But to give a bit of background on the existing and proposed 7.5 meter setback, the 7.5 meter setback for docks has been in place at least since 2005 when this bylaw came into effect. I imagine the setbacks were implemented for privacy and boat traffic safety reasons. So staff took a similar approach with regards to rafts. The provisions are designed to ensure that the location of the rafts are in front of the owner of the raft's property and aren't interfering with the privacy and enjoyment of the neighboring properties. In the previous bylaw, there was nothing preventing rafts. If someone wanted to keep their waterfront open in front of their property, they could have just put the raft in front of their neighbor's property and kept their waterfront open. So that was the reason for this. Staff obviously again looked to council for that. I do want to thank Mrs. Wheeler for bringing the discrepancy in the definition between raft and structure to my attention. That is something that staff will have to go back and change.
Okay, well, that's good. So that council can discuss that later, where we had no setback, we're now adding the setback. But the point being that some people who are on point lots or lots where they aren't straight lines out from into the water, where they angle like that from the land, make it maybe too onerous to have it as big as 7.5. So council will discuss it. Any questions for Ms. Wheeler on that topic? Okay, so at our open house, there was a suggestion that we increase the square footage from the current, it's hard to go metric and feet, but I believe the metric conversion is approximately 4,000 square feet. What is it, 372 square meter? So Jeff, I'm going to take that back to you again, where you did some research after that public open house comment and what you found out with neighboring municipalities.
Thank you. And you're right. And so at the open house, we did receive some comments suggesting that either that be removed or at least that we allow larger developments in the waterfront or in certain areas of the waterfront. Staff did some research of some surrounding municipalities, and during our research, it appears that we were the only one that had that maximum gross floor area on a dwelling size. But Ms. Wheeler does make some valid points about the potential for very large structures. So council should think about this and think about how they want to proceed, of what they really want in their waterfront. And we look for direction if council want to limit that to certain lakes or lots with certain size, or at least just cap it so that they can't make it too big. Yeah, we look for that. I look for that direction.
Okay, so because like Ms. Wheeler said, there is a possibility, which has happened, to take the minor variance route. And these are on very large lots as well, because they still have to meet all the other requirements. But to have unlimited, maybe there's a compromise between the current limit that we have on the main floor. I know when we had the open house, I personally thought a lot of people do that like a main floor and maybe perhaps a loft and then a walkout basement, which is, you know, about 80% finished, save utility rooms. A lot of people would build that sort of style. That's, you know, you could still have upwards of 7,000 or 8,000 square feet by doing it that way. Seems like a large dwelling to me, but maybe that's something that council can consider, is still putting a maximum on it to consider that. Any other questions for Ms. Wheeler or clarification? No? And Ms. Wheeler, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
There was something, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh, okay.
There was, I just, for the rafts,
yes.
You could certainly require that they be out in front of someone's property, i.e. not out in front of someone else's property. But, you know, if you're in a bay like I'm in and you put out a raft, now in my case, I'm okay because I share it with my next door neighbor, so my raft isn't an issue. But I can see on a lot like mine, both with respect to rafts and marine facilities, because I'm pie-shaped, because I'm on a beach, like a crescent-shaped beach, I wouldn't even be able to have a raft or a marine facility under the criteria that are in the bylaw right now. And I'm just letting you know that that's, you know, that's 7.5 meters when the other 3 municipalities have 4.5 meters is just, I don't understand that. And I guess the other thing is that there are other municipalities, even though the staff took a survey of some other municipalities, there certainly are other municipalities that have maximum GFAs on waterfront residences, as in Muskoka Lakes, I believe they have, but also in major urban municipalities have those caps, because 20 years ago, there were major problems with tearing down small homes. In our case, it would be cottages, and building massive structures because the zoning bylaw allowed it. And if you take out that cap, the zoning bylaw is going to allow it, and you may very much regret what you've done.
Yes, I mean, we do have an awful lot of irregular shaped lots. I would say more lakefront lots are not straight line to the water. So that means to your comment to the first bits about rafts and marine facilities, and also in terms of gross floor maximums. We did feel, I've spoken with Jeff about the fact that we do have other tools in terms of side lot setbacks and maximum coverage of lot. So you couldn't take an old 100-foot lot on a lake and put a 5,000 square foot main floor, because you probably wouldn't, you wouldn't be able to meet those other requirements. But anyway, it's something for council to consider, is still putting a cap on it, increasing, but not making it unlimited, which is what was talked about. So if there's no further questions for Ms. Wheeler, I really appreciate again your public comments and your presentation today to speak to them. The first caller was not able to get through, but I believe that Jeff was able to not only speak to her comments earlier at the beginning of the meeting, but also has had email conversations back and forth, and she may have wanted some more clarification, but Jeff, if you want to just speak to the one that Andrea Helo's not able to get through. So thank you, Lori, for your time, and we'll just see if there's anything else to add to the first. Okay. Was there anything else to add to Andrea Helo's comments?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. And I just want, if I may, respond to the other comments received too.
Yes.
Even though they don't have representatives here necessarily. But I will start with Ms. Helos. And based on the official plan, staff did propose the change to align the environmental protection boundary with the provincially significant boundary, and council did agree to that. So that is included in the bylaw right now, and I just wanted to clarify that. Do you have any questions about that? Okay, I will move on to Mr. Malloy's comments with regards to support for tiny homes, and I might as well address include the 3 phone calls received with regards to tiny homes, and perhaps Mr. Donaldson's comments too, with regards to reducing the minimum the minimum dwelling unit requirement. I talked to some of these people on the phone, and I just wanted to clarify for everybody that the tiny homes are not included in the bylaw right now. As per council direction, or council did ask staff to do some research on tiny homes, and staff did do some research. And in discussion with the planners for the other lower tiers within the county, and in discussion with the county planner, it appears that appetite, that council has that appetite for tiny homes across the county. So the county right now is going through a proposed official plan amendment, and in that proposed official official plan amendment are going to be provisions for tiny homes. So it's not that we weren't supportive of it, or necessarily that council wasn't supportive of it. It was just that there was going to be more of a coordinated approach, and start at the top of the planning policies being the county official plan, and it'll work its way down to our official plans and into our zoning bylaw.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that for everybody, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, I think as well, can you clarify for all council, we do have, it is an 800 square feet across the board, as I stated last time there. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, certainly. So in our rural zones, the minimum dwelling unit requirement is 800 square feet. In our permanent waterfront zones, it is also 800 square feet, but for the majority of our waterfront zones, it is roughly 600 square feet. And I apologize, I'm working Imperial. It's 55 square meters in our zoning bylaw, 74 square meters. I don't know if anybody can relate to what that means, so I will use square footage too. But yeah, it ranges within our bylaw from 600 square feet to 800 square feet. So if council does want to make maybe a short-term option available to these people, or because there clearly is an interest in the community, they could make them all the same and reduce them all to 600 square feet or 55 square meters. But I do leave that up to your discretion.
Councillor Clark?
Again, some of the stuff comes back to committee of adjustment, and one of the features of a committee of adjustment is to ensure that a home that is being built is consistent with the other homes in the neighborhood. It also relates to the concerns with regard to the big footprints on large lakefront homes. You're not going to allow a committee will not allow a 2 or 3 story home to be plunked in the middle of a bunch of small cottages. It just doesn't fit. And that's part of one of the decisions that they make, is that it's got consistency. Same thing as you're not going to be able to put a 2,000 square foot footprint on a cottage that's sitting 50 feet from the water, whereas currently a 400 square foot footprint. They're going to be doing that. They're going to have to move it back to the 90 or the 100 feet where you can't even see it from the lake. So there's a role for the committee of adjustment in dealing with these, and it goes back also with regard to the positioning of the docks and the distancing there. It doesn't hurt for us to have a 7.5 meter guideline. If somebody needs to have something closer, then again they can bring that to committee of adjustment and discuss as to whether or not it's relevant to do that, or if they're going to be putting something in as you, Mayor, mentioned. Some places you put a dock out and it's going to be right across the front of somebody else's lot. We haven't got 2 pieces of property in Haliburton County or in Dysart Township that are the same. And we do need some flexibility in terms of how these rules are applied for us to have, you know, or maintain the character and the quality of the homes and lakefront lifestyle we've got. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I see you, Councillor Smith. I'm just going to comment back to that. And absolutely, there is always the minor variance process. But one of the reasons why we even do these general comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment is to take trends, to take things that are more, you know, as life changes, as environment changes, as request changes, that this is the time to open that up and maybe make some of those changes. Sometimes you tighten the belt in some areas and sometimes you might loosen them. And when I talk about loosening them, I mean, I don't see any problem taking the square footage, the minimum square footage, and reducing that. I would hate to see if somebody, that's all they could afford to build was a 650 square foot, or even if it wasn't about money necessarily, it was about they wanted to be environmentally friendly and have an eco house and keep it small, then they're going to have to now go and get a $900 fee for minor variance, you know, to build a smaller home. So this is our opportunity to make those tweaks and those changes to protect our environment, to protect the general nature of our municipality, but also to see if there are trends to want to build a smaller home. It is not addressing the tiny homes, the 200 square foot or whatever the definition is, but certainly going from 800 to 600 across the board is, you know, not hurting anything. I believe Councillor Smith wanted to weigh in.
Thank you. And I'd agree and support an approach that moved in that direction, Andrea, in terms of 600 square feet. You know, and I wanted to speak with respect to a number of the provisions that you know, have been included and we've had some public input on. You know, we talked about these systems, these rail systems, in terms of the elevators to get folks down to the water and so forth. And there is a need for them, but I do think that you know, there's been a very important point made here that we've had one of them. There's one installed right now in Dysart, and the only submission that we've had that encouraged us to take away the current process of having to make an application and going through the committee was a manufacturer and provider of these things, and so I'm questioning why we would, at this point, based on such limited experience, open it up and allow anybody to put these in without any particular approval or review. If anybody still has the right, they just have to go through the process. And if they're spending tens of thousands of dollars, these are not Saturday afternoon, you know, go to Canadian Tire or whatever, pick up a kit and install it. This is a tens of thousands of dollars investment, and it's going to be there for many, many decades. I'd like to see us keep the provision that forces people to go through an approval process until we see a little more of this and get a better experience and how visible they are above the tree line and all the rest of the stuff. The same thing with regard to the setbacks for the rafts. We've got the 7.5 meters right now with regard to docks. I know that's an issue in some cases where through legacy, the docks aren't that distant away from the property lines. And with rafts, I'd like to see us keep it at 7.5 as staff recommended. And knowing, again, if there's an unusual lot, the delegate here that was concerned do a pie-shaped lot, well, there's a few that might be a problem. And again, as Larry said, they can come to the Committee of Adjustment and make their case. The committee might even make a site visit. I've been involved in a number of those, and those folks will check at that specific situation and make a decision that is balanced in fairness both to the applicant and the neighbors. So I wouldn't support the suggestion of reducing that restriction to 4.5 meters.
John, John, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to check with Jeff. We're still in the public portion of the meeting, and I know that it's this is so different than what we've done in my whole however many years I've been on council, we used to have a public planning committee that was only 3 members of council on a whole separate evening. So we're just gonna hear from the public right now, and then we asking them questions for clarification. We close the public portion, and then councillors are gonna have the fulsome conversation. So I'm not trying to cut you off. Just hold that thought till we close the public meeting.
I thought Larry's comment was pretty much
It was
suggesting that we were opening it up.
Well, I know, and so I didn't cut him off, and now I'm sort of halfway cutting you off, and I'm just seeing a smile from Mallory nod. So I'm just trying to, stick to the process. So Jeff will continue. There was a couple more comments from the public that I asked him to address it, and then we'll close the public portion of the meeting. And
thank you, Mayor. And as in public meetings in the past, I think it's fine that council has this discussion. However, as Mallory pointed out, council is unable to make any decisions during this portion of the meeting. The last 2 comments John mentioned, one was from Mr. Weinstein, supporting the inclusion of inclined elevators, which are currently in the bylaw. And the second one was from Mr. DeYulio, who had concerns with the height of these structures, perhaps above the tree canopy, and noted that there was only one to date in the history of the municipality, at least that I'm aware of, and that came through the Committee of Adjustment. So yes, I certainly look for direction from council how they want to proceed with inclined elevators. Yeah, and happy to answer any questions.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think what we'll do is, but there's no other members of the public, and so no further clarification from the public portion. Just imagine if Larry used to chair the meeting. I know I chaired it for 1 term of council. If I was sitting in here, all the public, then now this is the time they wouldn't be able to speak. So I'm actually going to ask for mover and seconder to adjourn the public meeting. And Councillor Clark, and a seconder is Councillor Smith. Be it resolved, the council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 2:27 p.m. and reconvenes the special meeting of council. All in favor? Thank you, and that is passed. And so we are now back in session, and just to keep the continuity flowing, yes, there's resolutions on the first 2 bylaws, but why don't we just keep the conversation flowing on this zoning? And now councillors can have discussion and make some decisions based on the public comments. So maybe we go through them in order, Jeff, as how we...
Certainly, thank you. And so the first comments were provided from Mrs. Legg. She had some concerns again with definitions of water body and was requesting a definition for water course be included. She had some concerns with a discrepancy between the official plan and the zoning bylaw in the terms water setback versus minimum water setback. I'm not going to go through all of her concerns as we had that discussion, but I do look for direction from council with regards to whether changes are wanted for our current definitions. Specifically, do they want to include intermittent streams? Do they want to change the term minimum water setback to water setback? It should be noted that all our setbacks say minimum front lot line setback, minimum rear lot line setback, minimum exterior side lot line setback. So, but again, looking for that direction.
Okay, Councillor Clark?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. We've got some very changing environment and weather patterns, and what would have been described as an intermittent stream is going to be more common. I do like the idea of a property owner being able to consult or bring in somebody from the outside, an environmental specialist who can comment on that. I guess my concern is whether something is a threat to our waters or not depends on what the use is and what the frequency or I guess what the probability of a large water stream happening. So what happens is again, comes back to no two pieces of property looking the same. When you're out on some of these visits on a committee of adjustment, you're walking up beside a little culvert that's maybe active about 2 weeks out of every 3 or 4 years, and yet they're not being allowed to build next to it. Or if somebody is aware of that and they build around it, that's okay. But I think the main thing is that people have the ability to consult or bring in somebody, an engineer or whatever, and provide input to the township as to what the extent of a liability is, and if there's mitigation things, then the township can make a decision on that, as opposed to having things black and white.
Okay, Councillor Clark, so just for clarification, are you comfortable with the language that we have in it as presented?
I'm pretty sure the language allows us to bring in, bring in an outside consultant, environmental consultant, doesn't it, Jeff? Or is it black and white and this is the way it is?
No, certainly. And first off, I should mention that we aren't proposing any changes to this. I believe this policy's been in place for a long time. Yeah, I think from 1991. But you're right. It's the official plan when certain development is happening and approvals are required. We require these kinds of studies for people to address certain impacts. But nothing prevents a property owner from trying to make an argument whether a water body, whether it's a stream or an intermittent stream, whether one exists or does not exist. Nothing ever prevents that. If they submitted something, we would obviously review it. But currently what we do as a standard is we rely on the Ministry of Natural Resources data to determine whether a water body exists.
And again, a report will tell you whether or not that natural resources assessment is up to date or not, or if it directly impacts on what's going to be proposed for that particular piece of property. So that satisfies me, Jeff. That's good.
And I'm not going to lie, the M&R data is probably not the most up to date, which is why these other avenues are available to property owners.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, so anything else on that subject, or we'll move on to the next? Oh, Councillor Smith, pardon me.
Thanks. I'm not going to ask us to change the definitions, although I do have a question for Jeff. Why would we not include the word intermittent stream?
It's a good question. And it's something where I think you might have to look at the implications of all our policies as to what that might do. It's certainly something staff can go back and take a look at if you want. Currently, I think our policies do include all streams, so whether intermittent or not. So yeah, I don't know, John.
It just, I mean, I can understand Christine's frustration that someone who's obviously spent a lot of time looking at this, it seems like in this field, unlike most industries where there are industry standard definitions, the definition of water body ought to be the same in Dysart as it is, frankly, anywhere else in Ontario, frankly, anywhere in Canada. It's water body's a water body, whether the intermittent is there, well, it applies, well, it's either a permanent or it's intermittent. And does this legislation or this bylaw apply to permanent only, or does it apply to intermittent? And when we don't say intermittent, it leaves some ambiguity and uncertainty, and that's what I think she's troubled by. And it's, that's got to be frustrating for anyone that has spent time on this. And therefore, I just asked the question: why wouldn't we add the phrase intermittent stream?
Well, and I think a lot of it goes back to if people were trying to build in the spring and the building department was on site and there was some spring runoff, are we as a municipality prepared, and it's not shown on the M&R mapping as a water body, are we as a municipality prepared to require them to get site evaluation reports proving that's not a water body in the spring because we see water running on the property? That's why we go back and rely on the M&R data. And we do apply setbacks to all streams as identified by the M&R as a water body.
That's the key, is the M&R mapping, and it doesn't matter if it's intermittent or not intermittent, therefore why need a definition of intermittent? It's water body definition is there, and the M&R mapping is there, and then there's a tool for someone to use if they want to dispute that. So, yeah.
Well, that's exactly the point. Though, if somebody wants to dispute it, if somebody wants to dispute it, do they know that, well, I can dispute it based on it being intermittent, or does it have to be permanent for me to dispute it because the M&R map doesn't show it?
Okay, Councillor McKechnie.
So what? Maybe I don't see this picture. A lady's got a stream running through her property. Somebody's built a place, and I mean, if I was the guy building the place, before I get my building permit, my septic permit, setbacks have all got to be met. If this stream for sure is going into a lake, I mean, what are we talking about here for hours and hours? To me, it's just common sense. The M&R, there's no way in the world that they're going to allow somebody to build a septic system 30 feet, 40 feet from a creek that only, even if it only flows part-time, that goes into a lake. Or am I misinterpreting something here?
No,
I'm creating some more, like, to me, it's common sense. And the M&R, I mean, they have the power and authority to tell you can't do that.
Well, and even our zoning bylaw is applicable law. So our zoning bylaw requires certain setback for structures, including tile fields, septic systems.
Especially today, 2020, you're going to build a place that's near a stream or a creek, and you think you're going to build your septic system because it accommodates your lot for you. No, they're going to, our guys in the M&R are going to say it's being built over here, 100 feet or whatever it's going to be.
And as I mentioned, the zoning bylaw is applicable law, so they cannot get a building permit unless they comply with that law. I'm quite confident in our staff that we enforce that zoning bylaw as it's written. If not, they do require a minor variance.
Okay, so as Walt said, we have talked about this issue a lot. So I think we'll move on to the next.
Ms. Legg also had some comments about the term water setback versus minimum water setback. Did you want to have a discussion on that?
Does anyone want to have a discussion on that? Nope, move on.
So just for clarification, for those comments, we are keeping things as is, or? Okay, yes. Moving on. The next comments were with regards to the inclined elevators. Both the next two comments were, so how did you want to proceed with inclined elevators?
I think Councillor Smith spoke earlier, and go ahead again, John. I think, you know, there's been one in Dysart that went through the minor variance system. It was suitable for that property, but to just have them wide open, I don't see that there's a desire to include that. So is there anyone? Yes, another thumbs up. Is that correct, Councillor Smith? You're fine. So I don't.
Yeah, exactly. I'd leave it out. You know, we've had some input, and thanks for that. And until we have more experience with these, let's have a few more people come forward and make an application, and we'll go from there.
Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, I definitely, people, just like everything today, we got to get a permit. So, I mean, there's so many great properties, and there's so many people that aren't capable of maybe walking down a trail, and they need these elevators. So it is 2020. So if they follow the proper guidelines, like the people did, the one that's in on Drag, well, then I definitely think we've got to endorse them. But it's got to be done right, like that one was done right. It's just common sense to me. Yeah, again, I mean, it's helping out people get down to their beautiful water site.
Yeah, so we're not saying no, we're saying on a case by case, and they have to use the minor variance.
Follow the process.
Yeah. Okay. Check.
Okay, so we will remove the definition and that provision. Moving on, was the discussion with regards to tiny homes and perhaps reducing the minimum dwelling unit requirements. How does council want to proceed with those?
So a few people spoke to that when we were still in the open meeting. Deputy Mayor Kennedy want to speak to that? Go ahead.
I'd like to endorse going to the common lower denominator of 600 square feet as an interim measure, and then pushing it forward at the county official plan amendment stage.
Okay. I think there's consensus for that. Great.
Okay. The next comments were from Ms. Hilo with regards to the environmental protection boundary being changed to align with the provincially significant wetlands. Her concerns were around Elephant Lake, but staff are also proposing around Percy Lake. They are included in the bylaw and the associated map schedules right now. Did anybody have any further concerns there?
No, I'm sorry Ms. Hilo wasn't able to join in by phone, but I appreciate her pointing that out, and that's great that that's reflected in our maps properly.
Okay, and the last comments were received from Ms. Wheeler. There was a couple things to address there. Perhaps we'll go through them one at a time. First, perhaps we can look at the 7.5 meter setbacks for rafts. We might end docks at the same time, or end marine facilities.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I attended this, actually, Mrs. Wheeler's location last summer, and certainly am aware of the issues that she has with a pie-shaped lot, as well as a rocky portion of the shoreline. Her situation is not unique. I would support on lots that are less than X meters or X whatever, that 4.5 meters from the property line would be appropriate. The major lots on the Canisius Lake, Halliburton Lake developments, the 7.5 is probably excellent, but there are a number of these unique, I think there's enough of them, rather than making people go through a committee of adjustment or minor variance details, that perhaps 4.5 meters on, as I say, the old 100-foot lots or whatever you want to use as a guideline would be allowable. It just would help with those smaller lots that were developed 40, 50 years ago.
She did say she had legal non-conforming, so she doesn't have to change anything.
Yeah,
it could only be on a go for
legal terminology here, but
that's okay. I just want to check with Jeff before there's other comment. So for anyone that already had a dock existing, this would be for a new docks to meet 7.5 meter setback, would it not be?
Raft
or marine facility or raft.
So the provisions for docks, I haven't, I only went back to the beginning of 2005 when this bylaw was put in place, and that setback's been there. So, but for rafts, correct. That setback's not a requirement until it becomes law. So anything that legally existed prior to that would have legal non-complying status. If it legally existed in that location unchanged is the way the terminology is.
So Deputy Mayor Kennedy, was it just then like if we've had it 7.5 for the marine facility, the dock, for quite some time. I don't necessarily propose changing that because people up to now, before this is law, have legal non-conforming. But so it's then on the raft.
Yeah, the only reason I was using that the 4.5 was for consistency, and I suspect that's why you ended up with 7.5 for the raft, and so you don't have a whole bunch of differentiating side lot guidelines. That was the only reason I thought that with the smaller lots you'd move to a 4.5, just so people know that okay, my lot's 100 feet. I can go 4.5 meters from each side lot line for either a dock or a raft. If it's bigger than that, it's 7.5. That was my only comment. So however council wants to do it, if it's not legal non-conforming now after new bylaw, that's another issue. When you say take it and remove it, you have to have a GPS mark from where you took it out last fall, or I can see those kinds of things coming up. But,
yeah, that's a good
usually
question.
have something to attach it to.
There's lots of concerns with lots that have water lines, rock, and very, very small portions of usable beach, that this becomes an issue.
Yeah.
It does. I just wanted to point out that keep in mind that anybody prior to this turning into law, which will be in a month or two, they have legal non-conforming. So it's on a go forward basis. It's a new dock, and they tend to be on new lots, which are bigger than 100 feet. Well, they have to be because there's no lot creations less than 200 now. Councillor Clark, you want to speak?
Yeah, I guess my only concern about reducing to the 4.5 is that people use that as license to develop the whole front. And what we're trying to do is keep our natural shorelines, to 80%, natural vegetation as much as we can. But, Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy is right. You get certain lots where, positioning a dock 4.5 feet or 4.5 meters from a side lot might be the only appropriate spot on their lot. Again, it goes back to every piece of property in Dysart is different. They all have to be looked at with regard to their own merits. But I also don't want to provide license for people thinking, yeah, fine, I can put my dock over here and then I can kind of build in my lawn all across the rest of it. This scares me. That's all.
Sure. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you. And staff certainly understand property constraints, and we don't want to prevent people from having docks or rafts. We want people to enjoy their waterfront. But internally, staff are getting more calls of disagreements between neighbors with regards to privacy when docks are too close to side lot lines. So as you'll notice in this very amendment, staff are also proposing that decks and patios within water setbacks actually have setbacks from the side lot line as well, whereas they didn't previously. So it's based upon these reactions that we are getting internally that we are actually recommending setbacks. So I just wanted to make that known to council to maybe help with their decision.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I think, at Jeff's point, I'm going to make that one myself, but this is a concern in terms of privacy for neighbors. And Pat, to your point about 100-foot lots, I mean, if somebody's only got a 100-foot lot, and you're right, most of the newer ones are certainly larger than that, but even if you've got an old lot that's 100 feet, the 7.5 meters is 25 feet. You got 25 feet on either side that you have to respect your neighbors, and it's still you've still got 50 feet across the middle in terms of flexibility as to where you locate the raft or the dock. And the dock rulings, as been pointed out, has been in place for a long time. There's nothing new there. This is just about the raft. And frankly, a raft, you've got a lot more flexibility. It's not impacting whether you've got a rock shore or you got a sandy shore. The raft's out there in the water someplace. And you got to be respectful of your neighbor in terms of the noise. You also need to be respectful of the neighbor in terms of their boat traffic coming in and out. If your raft's over too close to the water line, then it's a concern for the neighbor and her boating. So his or her boating. So I think that what we've got here, the proposal is consistent with our docs, and we've been able to work through that. I'd support sticking with the 7.5 that we've heard about. There hasn't been a lot of objection. No lake association has showed up and said, "Wow, 25% of our members have got a problem with this one." Seemed like a fair balance, so I'd stick with it. 7.5. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm just going to let you know I've got 2 or 3 properties right now that there's Hadfield McCoy's going on feuds, and it's all just exactly what we're talking about here. It's okay for us to sit and say who's got 150, 200 feet, but when you got 100-foot lots side by side, and it's just a lack, I think, of the 2 cottage owners not communicating with one another. I'm thinking of doing this. Can we work with this, or can you work with me? And I think the 7.5 meters is fine, but you better be prepared for a lot of these things coming to the Committee of Adjustment, because there'll be a lot of people. Their shorelines won't allow them to have what we're this perfect scenario: 25 feet in either side and the perfect 50 feet in the center. So.
But again, any dock that's there today, that's been there since yesterday, has legal non-conforming status. So we're talking about on a go-forward basis, and any new lots or someone putting out a raft that's new would meet that. So I think John suggested the 7.5 consistency with the raft. That's what's new. Is everybody okay with keeping that? Okay. Okay, and Ms. Wheeler's comment about...
She had 2 more items. One was with regards to the definition for marine facility width being complex and confusing. And I'll be the first to admit staff agree that the definition is complex and confusing. Same with when it comes to setbacks for marine facilities. But and that's why there's illustrations, first off. But the reason that those definitions are complex is because of these odd shaped lots. The intent is for these lots with converging lot lines. It's to allow them to maybe, instead of using just the extension of the side lot lines, it's to allow them to maybe have some flexibility for the locations of these marine facilities and rafts within their setbacks. So we do understand it doesn't work for every single lot, and look to council as to whether we want to simplify those definitions and provisions.
Any comment on that? It may be complicated, but I'm okay as it exists.
Okay. And the last one was with regards to the dwelling unit area of the 1 story, which previously was in or still is in the current bylaw at 372 square meters for 1 story for gross floor area, which does not include storage and verandas and garages. So council at the last meeting, that was removed from the draft bylaw, and she has concerns about monster homes. So I'm just looking at council for direction on perhaps how you want to proceed here.
Yeah, because the request from the public at that open house meeting was not to remove it completely, was just to make it larger, I believe. I don't recall specifically if it was to remove it. You had done some research and realized that some neighboring municipalities didn't have a maximum. So instead of picking a number at random, maybe just having it removed and using other tools such as lot coverage, etc., side, setbacks, go
Correct.
to that. So I just want to hear, is there a desire to keep it open, unlimited square footage, or to put in a number there? So Councillor Donaldson, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, and then John can't speak.
I'm in agreement to keep it with no number. We're putting so many restrictions on everything. So why put a restriction on that when some of the others don't have restrictions either?
Okay, a good point. Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, just refreshing my memory, Jeff. The coverage. What's the percentage that a building can be on the property? Like 20%, 10. I'm not just sure. Is there a way to control that size of the building using that tool rather than putting a definitive upper limit on it? If I have 10 acres on the lake, can I build building a 15,000 square foot cottage on it? Would that be, is that relevant? The same percentage as on a 400 foot lot.
You're going to force me to do some math.
I just wonder if that's an appropriate tool, X number percent on lot sizes.
Yeah, for most waterfront lots, it's 15% for lot coverage. On some of the larger lots like the WR6, it's 10%. The shoreland lot coverage, which applies to all lands within 60 meters of the lake, it's roughly the same, 15%, 10% for as you get a little bit bigger, and 6% in the largest ones. So, and then the last one I mentioned was dwelling unit area, maximum percentage of lot, which is running around 12%, 17% in some of the existing lots, and then 2.5% on the larger lots. So I'm not going to try to do math in front of you all right now without a calculator, but she's right. Some of these lots probably could potentially have some quite large buildings on them. So and she did mention that even Muskoka has a limit at about 7,500 square feet. So and the mayor is right. The actual comments made at the open house weren't necessarily to blow it wide open, but to permit these and maybe even to include a specific zone, such as a WR7 zone that would allow these in certain locations. So there's lots of options for you. Some, as you mentioned, I think it was Pat before, on some of these 100 foot half acre lots, they're not going to be able to go as big as to go that big. I think most people are already pushing those maximums. But on some of the larger lots, certainly there could be some quite big dwellings.
Okay, and Jeff, just for clarification, the comment made about Muskoka was total square footage, was it not?
Of all floors, correct.
Exactly. So we're saying 4,000 on the main floor, and as I said in that open house, I mean, your main floor could be 4,000. If you want to build a box, you got 4,000 on the upper, and you've got a basement of, besides utility room, you know, minus that, that's still a lot of square footage. Now, most people wouldn't build straight up on a second floor. They might just have a loft with a couple bedrooms, but it's still quite large. So I look to Councillor Smith and Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there was one delegate, if I recall, at an early public meeting that encouraged us to re-examine this and potentially lift the size. To go to kind of a no limit, other than the percentage of the lot coverage, does leave us open to things happening, as they will. And once these are up, they're there. It's not like we can go back a year or two down the road and say, oh, that was a bad idea, we better close the door. There could be several of these that have been approved and under construction, and it's over. They're there. They're not there for 2 years. They're there for 102 years. In fact, they'll be grandfathered and they can build the next building in the same footprint. So to go from the 4,000 we've got to no limit, to me is, in fact, going beyond what was even being requested. What the delegate requested was for exceptionally large lots. Maybe we should make the provision that would allow them to go beyond 4,000 square feet. So, I'm going to suggest that rather than go to nothing in terms of any restrictions, that we say, okay, if you've got more than 5 acres, we'll allow you to go to 6,000 square footage as a footprint. But anything less than that, you don't get that kind of thing. That sort of concept to me makes a lot more sense than what we've got here to kind of just make it wide open.
Okay. And I'm not sure if it goes to the acreage per se, or just the total lot coverage. One or the other has, whichever is the lesser. So that person may, have more. Councillor McKechnie, then Councillor Donaldson.
Yeah, I question where we have the authority to tell somebody what size to build. I've got an incident in my ward where this guy had this beautiful little cottage, and there was another beautiful little cottage beside it, and somebody bought it, and he came in and tore it down, and he's built something that was probably 1,200 square feet, and now it's maybe 3,600. The guy who still has the beautiful little one, he's so upset because his looks very small, and it's just, you have no idea the feud going on there. But I mean, to me, these people who are buying the lots, say on Halliburton Lake or Percy Lake, that's the newest development where they're 600, 800 foot frontages. We got to give these people a little credit. They're not going to build from setback to setback on an 800 foot lot. They're going to build a big place, of course. And, you can question, I mean, somebody could come into my house and say, geez, it's just you and your wife. How come your house is you have a big house? Well, that's my choice. And to me, there's so many people on Eagle Lake and Moose Lake and Halliburton Lake and Kinesis and Drag and all of them, they build big, beautiful homes. And I'm sure I've driven by boats and said, holy geez, I wonder how many kids they got. Well, that's none of my business. And today, this is 2020, guys. We're in real great times. These people are building gorgeous homes. Give these people credit that they're going to build there's some beautiful homes in that new subdivision up there in Halliburton Lake and Percy Lake. I know a lot of the old cottage owners up there are not happy, but boy, their property values are going this way, I'll tell you. And they're doing it right. The setbacks are there. They bring in arborists. The septics are state of the art. So I can see, if you're going to build something like Sir Sam's Inn on an 800 foot lot, well, then I wouldn't agree with that, of course. But to limit the size, if somebody wants to build a 10,000 square foot home, I'm all for it. I like the tax dollars that's going to come in.
Councillor Donaldson?
Yeah, I just agree with Walt. Why are we putting a limit on it? And it's their money, and I don't think that they're going to like do a high risk, crazy thing to build something bizarre that's not going to increase in value. So it just doesn't make sense to put a limit on it.
So
there won't be that many of them either.
No.
So just keep in mind what Ms. Wheeler also pointed out, which was that back to the Muskoka example, we're talking total square footage. If we even increase the 6,000 square foot main floor, as say Councillor Smith presented, which was, you know, at least capping it at something, it still is gives a bit of a minimum footprint. It's still 3 times the size of my house. You can still have a fully furnished basement. You can still have a second story, however big you want to do that. So that is, I'm sort of tending to lean to at least capping the main floor, because that's the number that we're plugging in, not the total square footage of livable space. Councillor Clark?
The Committee of Adjustment has got, or gives us some latitude on this. And my concern, and I did 6 years in Committee of Adjustment, what would happen is we would be going into an area where you had all beautiful single level places along the lake, and you get some schmuck comes up and he wants to build 3 stories that looks like it's something out of Lake Louise, and screws up the whole neighborhood. And you can't control them. We're saying, oh, you got maximum square footage. You know, we're not doing our job in terms of protecting the character of the neighborhoods where we've previously allowed people to build. There's got to be some common sense if somebody's going to put something in like that and they want 10,000 square feet. Well, exactly you're saying, dig down, do a lower level, do one level on above that, but not over so many feet where it's going to stick out like a sore thumb and get the entire side of the lake upset. So. Anyway, but Committee of Adjustment does that. That's part of their job. The build is consistent with the character of the neighborhood, and that's part of what, as a council, what we're trying to do is at least provide some type of guidance or structure or something for the community we live in. So
just out of curiosity, and I'll say to Chris, there was an application did come forward to the Community Adjustment this spring to increase the main floor square footage or square meters, and I believe it was permitted. So does staff want to speak to that one? And then Chris, you had your hand up.
I can speak to that. My recollection, we've only received 1 variance to exceed that maximum gross floor area, and it wasn't this year. There was one that was right at it this year, and they wanted to go a bit higher, and which was approved. So Larry's right. The Committee of Adjustment, they can look at these anytime you're covering a lot of ground. You're taking away those. You can look at the stormwater management of that property and the effect on the lake. You can look at the character. You can look at this, well, make sure it's well screened and stuff like that. So that is an option to go through the Committee of Adjustment. But just to answer your question, Mayor, that wasn't this year. It was a couple of years ago, and it was on just off West Shore, I believe. And it was approved. The committee went out there and did a site inspection just to make sure there wasn't impacts on neighbors. It was well screened from the lake and that kind of thing.
How much was the variance out from the 4,002 approximately? What were they asking for?
It's 7,000 square feet on 1 floor.
Okay.
Yeah. And so it's a beautiful home, and it fits the site nicely. You know, so it's but the committee approved it because it made sense.
But also the guy has any guy's spending that money. I know him. These people are, you gotta give them some. You have a lot of common sense. Like he's not going to put something in there that. Now, if he'd put another story on top of it, it might have been a little bit over the top. But the way it is now with the 2 stories, it's pretty big spot. It's pretty darn nice too, I'll tell you.
So I'm glad I asked that question, Chris. I'm waiting to get back to you, because I was wondering, was it minor? Like, was it, oh, we just went from 4,000 to 4,400 square feet because that's the design of his kitchen that he wanted to be. So it was actually like I can't do math quickly either. That was significantly more than our main floor square footage, which leads me back to the thing that I would tend to concur with Councillor Smith and put in a number, which still would mean the mega places would have to do a minor variance, but I'm very comfortable with 6,000 square feet. Chris, what would you like to?
Yeah, I think just from experience too, and just talking about Muskoka, they had like the maximum lot coverage of principal and accessory buildings, which anything that's from the shoreline to 60 meters back, you were permitted 13% of that area. If you were building further back, then it's 13% of the total lot area. So it sort of gives you that flexibility. If you're going further back, you could probably go larger. If you're keeping it close 60 meters to your 30 meters, then that's going to limit you, which then, because the same thing over there is you want to preserve that integrity of the shoreline. Where I did see sometimes them putting your maximum onto a dwelling size, that was typically through a lake plan. So say one of the lake associations would come through when they did the official plan to say, this is what we want to see. We don't want to have buildings larger than this on our lake. That dwindles through then into the zoning bylaw, which was the case in Gravenhurst. But that is a flexibility. The first way that I sort of explained it was if you have it from the water setback or from the water line to maybe 60 meters back, you're permitted a 30 or 13% of that total area. And then if you're going further back, then it would be 13% of the total lot area. So just something to keep in mind.
Okay, so just for ease of clarification, because we don't want to get changing too much of our bylaw. So we currently have 4,000 square feet for the maximum main floor dwelling. With a show of hands, who wants to keep that? Okay, so nobody. Who, with a show of hands, would like to have, it doesn't matter, there's no top limit. And who would like to max the main floor square footage to a number like 6,000? Okay.
I like that 60 meter setback. Could we go to the 6,000 square foot? If it's more than 60 meters back from the front, is that something along that idea? I'm sorry, just that just muddies the water maybe.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, and I was just bringing it up just to clarify that point through Muskoka and that comment of maybe what they were referring to. So that's sort of why I wanted to clarify that. I didn't want to murky the waters myself. I just wanted to clarify that point. That's what I've seen over in Muskoka was done as well.
It's still a complicated issue. It does not deter somebody. If we put in the 6,000 square foot number for the maximum main floor square footage, boy, you know, days like today start to make your head spin, don't they, at the end? If I can get that out. There is still the minor variance route if someone wants to build 7,000 square feet on one floor, and then the committee of adjustment can go and look at it accordingly, how it's screened, etc. But I think I saw enough hands, and I already spoke that I would be in favor of that to plug in 6,000 as opposed to 4. Whatever the meters, do the math. Sorry, Jeff, because it has to be
557.4.
Thank you. Okay. So I think we covered everything today. Would you like to explain the process? We had the 2 resolutions on the other zoning applications, and then we have a choice here. I'll read those out, and then when we get to that resolution, I'll ask Jeff, because you've got 2 resolutions in there to choose from. So the first was on the lands of Barber, which is I need a mover and seconder for that. Councillor Smith and Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-60, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Barber, which would change the zone on the subject land from waterfront residential 4 to open space exception zone to waterfront residential 4 and open space exception zone. Excuse me, that's hard to read. Be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. I'm just reading that again, Jeff.
Wondering if we need a correction on that from the way it was written.
That
maybe Chris could speak to it, because it's saying you're changing it from the same thing you already have.
I
Is there
had
a,
attention at
no,
3
you're
o'clock
right on that.
in the afternoon. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Is that
Yeah.
correct, Chris?
Well, yeah, because we're not changing to another zone per se. So the zoning schedule is going to show. We are changing that zone to that zone, but it's just being further modified, right? So it
Okay,
looks
perfect.
weird, but it does make sense.
Okay,
It's-
great.
It was so I've read the resolution. I have a mover and a seconder. I will ask for all in favor. And that's carried. Thank you for that clarification. And the second was the lands on on the Industrial Park Road. I need a mover and seconder for that. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-61 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of 2327568 Ontario Incorporated, which would change the zone on subject land from general industrial M zone and environmental protection zone to general industrial M-9 with exception zone and environmental protection zone be read a first, second, third time, passed, signing the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And lastly, Jeff, if you just want to speak to the resolution.
Yes, certainly. So staff had a recommendation that if that requesting direction from council with regards to the bylaw, if council is satisfied with the draft bylaw as written, which they aren't, that the resolutions would be appropriate. So having said that, the first portion of that resolution is just to accept the report and receive it as information. The second one, which requests staff to bring a bylaw back to the October meeting, or that council recommends it as to be approved as written, aren't required. So it's just the first portion that, and I'll defer that to Mallory too.
Oh yeah, Mallory.
I'd been writing down some, and that council directs staff to incorporate the following changes. So Jeff, if you don't mind me reading them, and you can confirm that I've written them properly. Sure. So I have removed the provision for incline elevators, changed the minimum dwelling size to 600 square feet, update the provincially significant wetland complex on Dysart maps. Is that correct, Jeff? I want to make sure that one was.
No, it's already in there, so that doesn't.
It's already in there, and that was one I wanted to clarify with you. Perfect. Include a 4.5 meter setback. Did we want to include that? Or are we keeping it the same? We're keeping it the same. Okay, so I'm going to take that out. Maximum lot size to 6,000 square feet on the main floor was the last one.
And there was one other change that Ms. Wheeler provided that I had some inconsistencies or some contradictions with my definition of structure versus raft. However, and you don't necessarily have to put those into the resolution today, because that direction can be given to me and I can bring back another draft bylaw to another meeting for council direction and incorporate those changes, obviously, as provided.
Okay. So we'll just pass the first two and we'll cross out the final part of the resolution. How does that sound, Mayor Roberts?
Well, sure, but what I have in front of me, and you're not in the room, is.
Yeah, but I can read it if you'd like.
Something, and then or.
Yeah, I know. It was if we were going to put direction in it, but I can read it.
Read the resolution. I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder.
Perfect.
There we go.
So, be it resolved that the staff report pertaining to draft bylaw, which is a general amendment to the Municipality of Dysart et al. Comprehensive zoning bylaw, be received for information, and that council directs a draft bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its October 27th regular meeting.
And not that far in apart.
That's right. We're taking that one out.
You've heard the resolution. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. All in favor? And that is carried. And just put that there, and that's everything for today. So I just need a mover and seconder to confirm the proceedings of today. Councillor Donaldson. And a seconder. Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2020-62 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting held on September 25th, 2020 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? That is carried. And lastly, before we do adjourn, I want to thank Jeff and Chris and all the staff involved with getting us to date on this comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment. It's been a big project for you, and it's a great effort. So thank you very much. It's a gorgeous day. The colors are absolutely perfect. So I'm really excited that we're finished now. I'll need a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council adjourned its special meeting held on September 25th, 2020 at 3:16 p.m. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Have a great Friday afternoon. Have a great weekend.